Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican priest, you know.
Oh, I love it when everything works perfectly. A little bit of snafu there. All right, here we go. There we go. So I cut from the amazing intro to black, which is not what I was supposed to do. But thanks for sticking with me. It's Tuesday after all. Feels like a Monday a little bit. Feels a little bit like a Monday. Welcome. Good to have all of you here. It's wonderful. Beautiful morning. A little bit of frost. A little bit of frost on the eaves of the house this morning. It's a chilly start. It's 48 degrees now, so it's all melted by now. But it's going to be a good day. It's going to be wonderful. Let's see. First things first. I don't have everything the way I want it. Hang on. Right here. Let's do that, and do that, and we'll see. Let's first welcome Lee. Lee's a repeat offender, or a repeat winner, in chat, and as punishment or prize, as prize for being a repeat winner, he wins everything internet related. He was the first person in chat today. Thank you very much, Lee, for being here first in chat. Wonderful to have you. As always, you know what to do. We'll box it up and email it to you. Just take care of everything IP related worldwide, and we'll all be happy. Also, big shout out to all the rest of you who are here, and I'll see if I can get you all by name. Sharon McDonald, Abby UK, Denise Feldman Ersland, Pampered Glamper, Momo Shark, Julie Fraser, Mimsky, Tina P, Alfred Rosler, William Fagan, Hope S, I'm not in that order, sorry. Jackie Hughes, Golden Girl is here. Hip Hop Flip Flop, good morning to you. Michaela R. Yes, prayers for Ivan and his family. Thank you so much for mentioning Ivan. Unfortunately, Ivan had to have Rebel put down last night. Talked to him a little bit last night as well. He's probably not going to be in chat, as you can understand. He might be listening because he does find a lot of support and here in this community, but he might not be active in chat today, if you can understand that. So thoughts go out to him. I encourage you all to continue just sending messages on probably on his YouTube page. Would probably be the best place for him to see them, where he's got videos of Rebel. That would be great. Deebs, good morning. Annie Pistol, good morning to you. Mr. Dreifer, KX Star, Michelle Ara, MCat. Let's see, Bite Me is here. Wouldn't it be great if we had music while we chat and wait? Bite Me, I could do that. I'm just thinking. I could do that. All the sound effects and everything would work if I did that properly, which I think they're working now as well. But Vanessa Ferris is here. I need a playlist. Let me see if I can put together a playlist of music, and then we just have like a pre-roll before we go live. But then it ties me to actually be ready at that moment. I can't be late. So maybe that's a good thing for you guys. Michaela R. Sharon McDonald, Carol Lynn, Krob, good morning. Deebs, let's see, Judy, MCAT, Bama Girl 1955 is here. I can't click on the name though.
I'm not a camel.
There's the sounds. MCAT, Africa Addicted Girl, good morning to you. Adrielle Hillis, Fur Baby's mom, Jennifer Perut. Was that close enough, Jennifer? Perut. I'm trying to remember. Tama Hernandez, Sunshine Sarah, Judy. Had too many birthdays. I will pass. If anyone has a birthday, you sort of have to fess up here. That's one of the rules. Carly, 196, welcome. Thea M. Barnes, Sunshine Sarah, Kat McDaniel. Cass is here. Good morning. It's Tuesday. Patches, Jiggly Jules. Good morning to you, Jiggly Jules. All rise. Not quite yet. We're a little early, but still. I don't consent. Let's see. DSN. Good morning, everyone. Left Ivan a message on his podcast. He has a message from him there also. Yes. Anywhere on social media should be able to reach him on his different accounts. Sunshine Sarah. Bitfinex 90. I've been avoiding this trial intentionally. It's harm to child issue and the living down to the lowest of the low as a step parent. I've enjoyed Scott's recount. That's all I can take. Bitfinex, I understand. If watching this doesn't put you in a good place, find something that does. We are going to follow this for the reasons I've stated before. I'm not saying you have to be here. Do something that's good for you, and we'll catch you on the next one. We love having you here and being a part of the community. But I can completely understand where you're coming from. KX Star Patches, Sunshine Sarah says hi, Sharon. Let's see who else. Cass, Horse Sheet and Bananas. Let's see. Jacko 4E, Bitfinex 90, Linda Hill, Sunshine Sarah, Miss Winters, Glipson's Vixen. Good morning, Amber. Good to have you here. Weather Watch is here. Thomas, top of the morning to you. Silly Claus, James Peacock, Missy Pants, Linda Hill, The Brown Barn, Debbie Wilson, Terry K, Share Bear, Ohio Mama, Brianne Malcolm, Be Kind, Sarah McGahey, who else is new here? Bobby Hansen, Cass. There's a little button right on the elbow of this shirt. I might have to roll up the sleeves. Marcia DaCosta, good afternoon from sunny South Africa. Good to have you here. Any more news on Ivan and Rebel? Be kind, only what I shared. I think you typed that before I shared it, so let me know if you need have more questions. Terry K, Mammy P, Lizzie B, Eddie is here. I've been away from a week. He missed y'all. Welcome back, Eddie. Good to have you here. Margaret Schlegel, good morning from New Jersey. Sunshine Sarah, Chat is here. It's always nice to have Chat present. Deebs. Let's see. Shells, Linda Hill, Michaela R. KH in South Carolina. Welcome. Good to have you here. Sunshine Sarah, I think we got you. Laura is here. Eddie, we took a 6-day road trip to Smoky Mountains, 37 hours. 37 hours in the car. Oh, my goodness. Eddie, how many people were in the car, and what were their ages? I ask because I've got younger children, and 37 hours in the car does not sound like a vacation, no matter where you go. You could be driving to Disneyland, driving around Disneyland, driving to the rides in Disneyland for 37 hours, and it would not be a vacation with young kids. Let's see. Lizzie B., Cynthia, Lewis Cox, Debbie Bear, welcome. John Link, good morning to you. Diana Carruthers, good morning. I just about missed you there. Sorry about that. Debbie Wilson as well. Debbie Blair, Pampered Glamper. Stitchin' with Sue, good morning to you. Irish Bella, Micah Ruddle, Michelle Phillips. Let's see, I think I've got all these ones here. Hope S, Michaela R, Irish Bella, Minsky, Pampered Glamper, Jill Bollard. Hold Your Horses, Linda Hill, here we go. I'm almost caught up to when we started. I'm getting there. Let's see, Eddie, Trials and Sweets, Hip Hop Flip Flop is here. Kib Kitty, Fractured 23, good morning, Fractured. Shells, Tina Hassan, Maisla, India Artworks, good morning to you. Girl in Texas, Heather Davis. Dawn, good morning. Auntie, Anna Pikarski, is that right? Or close enough? Let's see, Krob, I think we got you earlier. Shar is here. Tracy, Minsky, Victoria S. And it just updated, so I just missed everybody. I got so far. I was almost there. Let's see, Michelle Johnson, Tracy Ames, AJ, Rolling Steady. Chandra, thanks for being here, Chandra, one of our great mods. Tita Carrion, AJ, Gabby Gabs, William Fagan from the UK. Good to have you from the UK here. Chandra, Picky, Courtney, Heather Kelpine, Picky, good morning. Debbie Wilson, Paul McIntosh, good morning. Trials and Sweets, Jennifer Perut. It's going to stick in my head. I'll get it. Lexi is here. Jace, Janzi, is it Janice? Is that right? Janice Rod. Judy, Lisa, Miss Chris, Lisa, Carolyn, Gypsy from Quebec, Canada. Hello to you, Gypsy. Good to have you here. Sunny Florida Mom, Melissa, Miss Chris, girl in Texas, Molly Shepard. I know what's the problem. I haven't had my water yet. I haven't my water. I just can't speak well. Marcia DaCosta, Smoky Sky, Carler, Miss Chris, Lynn Hoke, Gabby Gabs, Just Ginge, Janet W., Alpha Photographer, Queenie, Irish Bella, Hold Your Horses, Lisa, Lost Souls Paranormal, Heavenbound, Lux Lubos, Andrel Hills, Hillis, Connie V, Catatonic, Marty B, Diana Tessier, Lou W, Dana, Aussie Gardner, Bitfinex, Lisa B, Gordon, Rolling Steady. I think we got you guys. Gypsy. Okay, I think we're getting close. We're not. Oh man. Nem's girl is late. I think I'm at the bottom, and I look over, and I'm like a quarter of the way down. I don't know how this happens every day. We're going to have to like do a limited to the first 10 minutes roll call. Okay, here's what we need. We need some water.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
And this is your warning. Got a little carried away. Got 2 drops of water on the mouse pad. I think it'll survive. Okay, Lynn Hoke, Lisa Wilmot, Tabitha, Bella, Yellow Submarine. That is good water. That is really good, and it's cold too. Tanya Hoagland, good morning, Marnie B. Congrats on 12.1. 12.1. Holy cow, we just hit 12 yesterday. That is awesome. I want to see, how can I find that? Why did it go so high?
Go unbeaten.
We literally were just over 12. We're almost at 12.2. We're 12 people away from 12.2. Lee, Court, Maisla, Dana, Nurglrot, Eric says here, but they cut my fiber on the phone. First world problems. Oh my goodness. Fiber being down is a problem. I will say they are stringing fiber on my side of the street now. They've already strung it on the other side. Yesterday they were stringing it on my side. They're like 6 houses away. Soon I'll have fiber, and then the world will be my oyster. Lara, Just Ginge, Rona Fallis, good morning. Lux Lubos, AJ says, hope chat is a little more tame today, but I understand it's a high-profile case. Yeah, it gets a little crazy on the high-profile cases. I appreciate your patience, AJ. Wonderful to have you here. Tamara Hernandez, I got it right, says Jennifer, perfect. Lisa B, Lizzie B, Erica Reynolds, Hip Hop Flip Flop, Rev Minister, good morning to you. Judy's here, Corey C, girl in Texas. Laura, Hold Your Horses, Annie Pistol, Tracy Brown, Rolling Steady, Baby Kitty, Britt Bratt, Dana, Africa Addicted Girl, Maisla, Lisa Wilmot, Bay Pattern, good morning. Jeanette French. Brandy Churchwell's wrap-ups are great. Lisa, they're amazing. She does such a good job. I'm excited. Brandy's actually going to start live streaming. I think it's going to be in the evenings, probably right about the time we're about wrapping up. She's probably going to be starting. And she's going to be live streaming specifically the Lori Vallow, the Daybell situation case, the audio from that. So I'm excited because I want to be there. So we're gonna have to end so I can go over and check out her stream. But it's awesome. And Brandy, if you need any help or any questions, feel free to call anytime. If we're listening to testimony or something, I'd be happy to take a phone call off the air if you have any questions technical wise. I'd love to help. Pamper Glamper, Laura, Diana, Just Ginge, Toms. What does taking a seat do? It gives you a front row seat to everything, all the action in the courtroom. Best seat in the house. It's wonderful. Dusty Dan, Bobby Hansen, Mary Murphy, T. Marie, Wendy, Rolling Steady, Sharon McDonald, girl in Texas, Jolene, Gutierrez Kruger. Whew. Yeah, I got you, Jolene. It's a big last name. I think I got it. Patricia Landry, Miss Winters, Bobby Hansen, Gail Pett, Lost Souls Paranormal. Marsha White Sharky. Hi there. Welcome. Fractured says, recovering chat. No one seemed to have an answer yesterday. If anyone knows if U.S. detectives even carry less lethal, I've never known them to. Canadian detectives do not carry less lethal. Fractured, generally a detective, their work is different than patrol. So they're not going to have the full arsenal around the waist that a patrol officer might need, as far as, the radio and the body cam and the, extra handcuffs and mace and a taser and everything else. Almost all officers, except for some undercover officers, will not carry a gun. Some of the undercover officers for their work have to be, completely undercover, and it's extremely dangerous, and they don't carry a firearm. Very dangerous. But I don't know of detectives that also carry. I mean, they'd have to have a duty belt to carry a taser. Typically, when police officers carry a taser, their taser is mounted in a different manner, even a different direction. So it's a cross draw instead of a strong side type draw. It wouldn't go very well with their look and what their job function is. Tracy Brown just came in with to top the morning off with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Tracy, for doing that. Let's see, who else is here? A Flower in the Morning Sun. Good morning. Sherry Marshall, Dana, Laura, JREPTX. Cher is here. Lizzie B says, I'm new here. What does seat mean? It's just a virtual gift that we give to members who's supporting the channel. If your name is green, then you either bought a membership or you were gifted one, like Tracy Brown just gifted 5 people memberships. And it enables you to take a seat, as well as use some of the custom emojis for the channel. It's just my little way of saying thank you for supporting the channel.
Subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should. We've got time this morning. Macy Combs is here. Dusty Den, Hold Your Horses. Prayers for Ivan and his family. Thank you so much, Hold Your Horses. Sharon. There's the party sound. I forgot I had that turned on. Lisa Wilmot, Jan Allison, Karen Yells.
Alex stole it as well.
Alex stole it. Katie 214. Hi, good morning. Laura Mindrella. And Pistol. Any Pistol. Lisa. There's Ivan's channel. Thank you for listing that, Amber. Appreciate that. TLC Bell, Anna Pikarski, Steal Your Heart is here, Catatonic, Let It Be Summer, Dana, Dusty Den, KF7AIK, good morning, Bob, good to have you here on your commute, Miss Beezy, Chris Carroll, Excited Utterance, AJ Fishing Shirt is my favorite, second to a costume anyway. I only wear like fishing shirts. This is my comfort zone, although very soon the sleeves are going to get rolled up because it gets warm. Wendy says, trying to catch up on the Daybell case, but I know way more about Gannon, so I'll be back in a bit. Wendy, it's going to be tough. The 2 cases are overlapping quite a bit. The one thing that's saving us is Daybell. If you're following that, unless you're in the courtroom, you sort of are dependent on tweets during the day from someone who's there, and then the rest of us have to catch up with audio after court ends. So it makes for a long day. Baby Bear's here. Justice Jane, Nems Girl. Let's see, we've done it from Texas to Colorado. No kids, though. It was fun. Long trips. Let's see. Lisa, Patricia Landry, we got you. Is there anyone else that I missed? Hold Your Horses. I'm looking for hands now. E-Toms. E-Tom says, Girl in Texas, does that make your comments show up? Actually, I make your comments show up, E-Toms, and you do not have to be a member to do that. No one has to be a member. You don't need to pay for a super chat or anything. The best way to make your comments show up is, like Lisa, first of all, say something really funny. Like 37 hours in a car is my idea of hell. That'll get you to show up. But you can also tag me. Like Sharon McDonald here, where she wrote my name with either the @ symbol or without the symbol. Either way, it will put it in orange on my screen, and that way I'll be able to. It'll stand out, and I'll see it. I'll see you're trying to get my attention, and then I just have to read it and click on it, and that'll show up on the screen. So you don't have to be a member for that to happen. Big shout out to JB, by the way. Sharon says shout out to JB this morning. JB and Ronnie, hope both of you are doing great this morning. Thanks for being there. Excited Utterance is here. Jeeps, did I get you earlier? Krista B from Saskatchewan. Candy R, good morning. Lisa, Tracy Brown, Jeff Owens, Sherry Marshall. Court starts. We've got some time, Sherry. We've got some time. We've got over an hour. So I was gonna actually open the phones this morning for questions about court or talk about about I'd like to have the comments sort of focused on the ideas of what you've observed from Letecia during court, from her behavior, from how she's acted with different witnesses, if you've seen any patterns in her behavior based on different witnesses and things like that. So I'd love to hear from people that want to address that issue on the burner phone. I do have a burner phone for those that are new here. The burner phone is a phone number I give out on the internet, which, everyone says is a bad idea, but it's worked pretty well so far. Let's see. Someone just texted me right now on the burner phone saying, see if I can read it here. Oh, we've got a call coming in first. Hang on. Let's see who this is.
Call from Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am doing just great. What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about actually Ivan. I feel so bad. I know that little dog meant so much to him, and I think a lot of us have been through that same kind of thing. With the dogs and the fur babies, and I hope he's listening, and just know that I'm sending love and prayers his way.
I'm sure he appreciates that. I talked to him last night and had a good little talk with him. He's taken a little bit of downtime, as you can imagine. This is really hard. That his world revolves around his kids and his dog, and
I know,
and that's just. I mean, that's why he had the channel. She was a diva. She ran the house. But our hearts are heavy for him. But thanks for having him in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay, bye.
All right, which time zone is the trial in? Says Stephanie S. This is in Mountain Time, so it's going to start 9 a.m. Mountain Time, right on time, according to the judge this morning. So we're about an hour and 40 minutes before the video comes in on that. Baseball Dad is here. Jojo Peters, Shell E. We're all mad here. Marina Girl. Let's see. Anyone else? Jeff Owens, Perfectly Imperfect Lisa. I missed you. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Chandra and Red Pen. TD. Hi to you. You miss me, Frida B. Sorry. London is here, says Alabama. Lara Perchula. Queen Olive. My plan is to listen to Daybell audio at night at 1.5 or 2 times speed. I Rescue Dogs. I think I could do that as well. I need to catch up, and I'm wondering if the audio recording, as it's received from the court, has cut out all the gaps, or if there's long pauses. If it's just like somebody hit record at the beginning of the day and then hit stop at the end of the day and there's all the pauses, that would be the worst. But if it's like stop and start as the court is in session, out of session, things like that, that would be useful. And then sped up would also be good. Kate Peterson is here. Red Pen, I see you there as well. We just have a new member coming, Mrs. Brownstone. Thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the gallery. Make sure you take a seat. Frederica Tart says the audio been released from the Lori Vallow. Yes, it was. If so, are we covering that elsewhere? The audio is released each day at the end of the day. So right as we're done with our live stream for the day, as the Lori Vallow case has been going on as well, they release their audio at the end of the day. So nobody has it until basically we're going to bed. So you have to be a late night person or not value sleep to do both, unfortunately. We are going to try to cover the updates on the Lori Vallow Daybell case on Thursday, because Thursday there's no court here. Every Thursday this court has other obligations, and so the Letecia Stauch trial is not going to happen. Annette Luis is here. Minsky, Paul Skibby, Samantha Venegas, BBN Turner, Lurker, not late today. Good morning, chat. Welcome. Let's see. I would be running if I was in a car that long. I think it's a long day for you, RA. Try starting at 11 p.m. Excited utterance. You are. I don't know how you do it. I really don't know how you do it. You're on the other side of the world, and that's crazy. Sleuths Investigate. Welcome. Let's see a couple of people tagged me here. I'm trying to see where that is. Let's see. TD says, I'm a psychotherapist if you want to talk behavior. TD, you're probably a great person I'd like to talk to. If you watched yesterday particularly, I was interested in how Letecia how Letecia behaved when her attorneys were asking. I'm trying to remember what the witness was. One of the witnesses about Harley, about sort of when they were throwing Harley under the bus the first time she was brought up, about her being the only person in the house in the crime scene, the only other sort of almost adult that was there. When I was watching Letecia during that, her behavior was very different to me. Christy Aiken says, LS almost animated in court was her reaction to the reporter in the interview. It was, oh, I am so shy. Me on TV, absolute rubbish, as Lisa Wilma would say. Yeah, her interview was crazy. The fact, I don't think she realized, and I'll say, I've done this, okay? I've been the cameraman. I've been the solo guy who has the camera. I'm on camera. I'm with the mic. I've mic'd up my guest wirelessly. I have the wireless mics to do that. And people, when they step out of the frame of the camera, they don't realize that I'm still not just hearing, but I'm recording every breath they take. Every sound, every word they mutter, I can still hear it. My actual wireless microphones actually record on the wireless microphone themselves. They record on the receiver, and then I record it in the camera. So I've got like 3 different versions in case the audio goes bad or the transmission was bad for some reason. I like to have lots of fail-safes, as you know. I like to have options. But yeah, she what she said, how she talked to Harley when she went back to the car, saying they need to talk to you, just say this type thing. June says, recovery addict, could give your thoughts on the mattress. I was expecting it to look worse. June, there's a couple things that might be. We know that the Gannon had a medical condition that probably went on for years that caused him to have accidents. It was possible that his mattress had some sort of liner on it, or the sheet was more protective than a normal cloth sheet. That's what I've been thinking about that a little bit. That's really the only reason. Other than that, it doesn't make sense that if you're comparing, I know this is heavy to go through first thing in the morning, but you're comparing what we heard about the autopsy and all the 18 stab type wounds, and saying, how do you have 18 stabs and a mattress that looks, from the pictures we're seeing, which aren't the best pictures, I'll admit, the looking at the TV from an angle in a courtroom, it's not the best picture, but it's relatively clean. You sort of have to squint to imagine what the stain area is. Now, it's possible the cleanup was really good. I don't know if the mattress, if the material on the mattress was more absorbent or less absorbent, but I think from what I read in the probable cause affidavit, it soaked through the mattress. I didn't see what I heard in the description of the PCA didn't match what I saw on the mattress. So I'm sort of with you there. So there's got to be something else that would explain that, and possibly a protective sheet of some sort would have been the reason. Let's see. Sitting quietly in court every day would be different if you're on trial. Yes, Molly Shepard, 100%. About to be interrupted by work. Sorry about that, Carol Williams. Work calls. Stephanie S. says, thanks. All right, 8 hours behind Central European time. Good to know. Yeah, it should stay the same for quite a while. We just had our daylight savings time change a couple weeks ago, so it should be 8 hours for a while. TD, I'd love to, if you've got some input or something to talk about, even if it's just for a couple minutes, I'd love for you to call on the burner phone and talk a little bit about the behavior. Let's see, Maisla's here, D. Ashley. I missed Paul Skibby. Sorry about that, Paul. I thought I had got you. Shell E, whose dog died. What did I miss? Unfortunately, Shell, Ivan Victor, one of our most animated and excited supporters on the channel, who's been with us for a very long time. Good friend. He's called in on many times and shared his personal experience, both with the legal system on the receiving side, as he's had an upbringing and some life events that are different than a lot of us. And he's just been with us for quite a while, and he has we've shared his dog's channel on YouTube. It's listed. It's been listed on my friends of the channel page for a while, and unfortunately his dog Rebel developed what appears to be a very rapidly growing tumor, and had to be put down yesterday. So our thoughts are with him. Let's see, Big Tire, Chandra. Marianne Malaro, welcome. Suzanne, saving your seat and sitting right beside Diana, and Not a Drama Llama. Amanda G. It's finally looking like spring here, so excited. Denny, it's been raining so much. It's crazy. Something's coming in on the burner phone. Let's take a listen.
Friendly from TD Counseling.
Oh, now I know what TD stands for. This is Recovery Addict.
Yes.
You said Emily?
It's not touchdown. It's actually Tenley.
Tenley. Okay, Tenley.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So I noticed something. No problem. But I noticed something. I don't know if you watched the interview that she did with the one reporter.
The end of the day interview, where she was facing away.
Yes, where she didn't.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you notice that when she said, "Let me go get Harley," and she didn't know that she was, I think, still kind of mic'd, but you heard her say, "You need to come over here and tell them about when he got home from school. You need to, like just coaxing and kind of grooming." Because I heard her say something like, "Well, I don't want to."
Yeah, she's like, why me? I don't want to. She had no desire to be in front of the camera, right?
Exactly, but she will stop at nothing to drag whoever needs to be in her little narcissistic bubble. I mean, she will actually put her own daughter at risk,
And
which I'm really wondering how the relationship is now, because.
Well, here's what we can go off of. We know that Harley has at one time she did like a GoFundMe type thing online, a crowdsource request for funds, and in that she mentioned, I think her wording was that she had lost both her parents, and clearly Letecia's alive. So I think to her, Letecia is not her parent anymore, which is a big indicator.
Absolutely. And there's a really good book. It's called The Borderline Mother. And it's actually, it's like co-written by, her name's Christina Crawford, and it's Joan Crawford's daughter, the Mommy Dearest woman. Okay. And they talk a lot about nature versus nurture because Christina Crawford was adopted. But a lot of times if you can't recognize kind of that borderline behavior, then sometimes it does it's almost contagious. So you have to worry about that too, Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Did you see? I'm not sure if you watched when I talk about her throwing Harley under the bus, her lawyer throwing Harley under the bus, so basically presenting her as the other person who was there. Did you see the behavior change when we had the close up on Letecia? She seemed to be a lot more animated.
Like she's almost giddy about it. It's almost like, here we go. It's just so sick. But also the way she smiled at the reporter was so creepy. It's almost like Charles Manson and the character from The Grudge had a love child, and it like the way that she gives this look, and with the greasy hair because she's always playing with it.
Just hands in the hair constantly. It's
but I think that's a flirty thing too, a little bit. It's almost like a look how beautiful and feminine I still am kind of thing.
Now let me ask you this: the hair, it's bugged me. I've seen. I'm not a girl. First of all, this is about the longest my hair gets right here. Okay,
right, but greasy's greasy.
Greasy's greasy. Yes, but when you have long hair, I've always just imagined. Maybe I'm completely off base here, but with girls with long hair will frequently pull it back. And pull it back over their shoulder. But she seems to be doing the drape forward thing and playing with it in front, and it never goes back behind the shoulder. And it doesn't have to. I mean, I'm not saying she has to, but it seems something doesn't seem right.
It does, but it is very long. But also, I kind of think about, do you remember in the Dan Markle case or whatever, when who's the cute Hispanic girl that was like, she actually got like a long sentence, but she had her hair, you could tell she was really trying hard to look professional. Like she had like this like nice braid, and it was in almost like a bun kind of thing or something like that. But you would think her attorneys would coach her a little bit, such as stand up promptly, like, watch her posture, give her like a notepad so she at least pretends to be somewhat invested,
Yeah.
It's just odd.
I don't know. I think we'll find out more as the case goes on. I think the most telling part will be when the judge questions her about whether she wants to testify in her own defense. But we don't know really how closely she's working with her lawyers, or if they're even working together.
Because I know she's filtered through some, and I think she's going to be pro se for a while. But I also wonder, because it's like she really like has verbal diarrhea when she does the interviews, and when she talks fast, I think, because she wants people not to catch on to things. So it's kind of like, if I'm real rapid, then I'll breeze through it and I'm done. That's just my observation, because she does talk with that Southern drawl too, but it's like it's like an oxymoron, a quick Southern drawl.
Yeah, it is. Something's just not right. You watch it and it's like it doesn't sit right. I think something's wrong.
Right.
It's not normal. But is it so
right.
not normal that she would be insane? Is she considered
Well,
insane?
no. That's the other thing. I think the whole hair twisting and hiding, like she's ashamed and all this, I think it's like trying to play up the crazy a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that she wouldn't be as cognizant to get a fake polygraph, which I didn't even know existed. Like,
you've never ordered a fake polygraph? You've never had occasion to?
I mean, my narcissistic ex-boyfriend might have. If he could have known about this, he would have, I'm sure. But like,
oh,
I mean,
man.
that has to be embarrassing.
It's like the worst of the worst. It's like, we will send you an authentic fake polygraph. It's like, who goes there and like, yeah, this sounds like a good idea. Yeah, this will convince them.
Spell check errors. Yeah, right. Like some grammar. You know how like they spell things wrong. It's probably like and polygraph with an I.
And we didn't know about all the phone calls. We knew about a couple of them, but we heard the actual recordings in court. There was actually another phone call where she calls back and says, "Hey, I didn't get my questions, and they weren't the ones you have." You know, type
I
thing.
looked at it, and this is the Karen in her, where she's like, I looked at the policies and terms and agreements, and it's like they said nothing about infidelity. It was the illegal content.
Yeah. It's all, did you harm your child questions is what she had sent in. And then when she realized that they were onto her and they said, hey, this is illegal activity you're talking about.
Right. The FBI was like,
I didn't say that. I was talking about cheating on my husband, which she was not at all. So maybe she was trying to.
Well, I'm sure she did.
There might be that as well. I think there's been some allegations there. We haven't heard the testimony of that, but there's a lot of talk. Put it that way.
Right. And I'm you know, I am kind of curious as to the attorney like client relationship is very, very unique. You know, it's like sometimes like, you know, Casey Anthony really, I mean, she had a relationship with her attorney and it was like excessively close, you know, but
that was a capital R relationship is what you're saying.
Right. You know, and after watching her documentary, things are a little bit different. You know, she's not the most hated anymore.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's just somebody else has moved up to that slot. Yeah, it's weird when the trial actually first started. The language that was most interesting from the defense table was the body language of the attorneys, because it seemed like they literally had turned their back to her.
Yes.
You know, it's like we're not with her. You know, we have to be here, but we're not on the same team. Was what I was getting.
In the way that, yes, exactly. That like we don't hate us too. We don't really condone anything. We just want to get paid. Yeah. But it's really interesting too. Like sometimes they almost sound defeated when the judge is like, "Any cross?" and they're like, "No." Like, what are we going to do here? You know,
like, what could we ask? You know, he already surrendered. He waved the white flag during the opening. He's like, we've already lost. This is a lost cause. Right. You guys have already convicted my client. The evidence is overwhelming. I shouldn't even be here. I'm walking out the door. Yeah, that's how he started.
Just give me my money. I'm going on vacation.
Actually, I can't leave because the judge is the only one that can let me leave because he's assigned.
Well, I think it was it the Chandler Halden case where they didn't ask they didn't really cross at all. They were just like, like
what was the defense?
I think maybe
in that
one or two objections.
What's that? Were they doing a NGI and not guilty by reason of insanity defense?
No, they were just, he's clueless, doesn't know what happened to them. Like, he just pretends still. I think there was phone calls with his girlfriend where he's like, you know, when I get out.
If they're not doing NGI, then that would be an appealable issue. It's like, this is I didn't have effective counsel type thing. They sat here and did nothing.
Possibly, yes.
But this one, at least
But he's very delusional.
Yeah. Yes. This one, I think the attorneys. I want to talk to like Nicole or Matthew and get their take. Nicole Goodman and Matthew Harris, both lawyers on the channel, who get their take as to how the defense is doing, based on what they have. Realize they were dealt a three-handed hand. Everyone else is playing with five. They have three. They don't have many cards to play. But how are they doing with what they have?
And is it state by state? Is it state by state as far as like protocol or criteria that you have to be as far as like symptoms that she would quote unquote exhibit in order to qualify?
Yes.
As
they're going to be different. Okay,
so
the standards, the rules, the methods. Who has the burden?
Okay.
That's going to change state by state. So we're playing under Colorado's rules.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I'm very curious to see, because as far as, people keep talking about like the whole DID. It's very difficult to diagnose. It's not, multiple personality doesn't exist anymore. I have seen one case. I had a client who broke off from the Jehovah's Witness kind of like religion, and her mom had a lot of childhood trauma, and she would sometimes like revert to little girl, go hide in the closet kind of thing, and that's a different type of, but I don't see like this girl doing that. I think she always wants to be like intelligent, be on top of everybody, kind of like have the upper hand. She doesn't really revert to stuff like that I've seen. I mean, who knows? But
it'll be interesting. I'm holding my breath for when the judge says, "Do you want to testify in your own defense?" And I want to see three things at the same time. I want to see the judge's face.
Yeah.
I want to see, four things. I want to see judge's face, Letecia's face, and both her lawyers' faces as they hold their breath and turn purple, praying that she says what they want her to say.
And the ex-husband, yes.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a mess, because that she wants to get something out there. The way she talks to people, the way she talked. I mean, she's in the U-Haul driving away. She may have had the body in the U-Haul. Okay, when she did the interview, that's right. That it just blows my mind that she's like, now's a good time to stop and talk to a reporter. Okay.
Right, that she's like, how dare you? Like,
Yes.
that's the Karen in her. Yeah.
So,
but also, the other thing is just that I think like with her, it's just, she just has to be better than Landon too. Like, it's just like that competitive kind of thing. But I mean, it's just, and I'm curious to see what her daughter does when she hears all this other stuff of her pretending to be her, trying to get evidence back, but then flipping and saying, "Oh, I'm a flight attendant." Yeah. She's like, "I need that stuff."
Yeah. What I've heard is that that Harley's not in the courtroom. Okay, I haven't heard any evidence that she's in the courtroom, and she may not.
She escaped. I think boyfriend was in Canada or something.
Out of the country. Yes, I'm not sure if she's coming back. She's on the witness
last
list.
name has changed.
But yeah,
right.
Wow, crazy.
Well,
anything else, Tinley, you wanted to share?
Well, I don't know. I think if she does testify, I mean, I think for sure she will show that she is definitely, it's not like a mentally unstable type of thing. It's definitely more of a personality thing. I just really think that she's going to blow it hard, so I would advise, but I don't think her attorneys care what she does at this point, because they don't even make her stand up on cue. So
they do not communicate unless they have to. And
right. And, they're probably scared she's going to say that they raped her or something like that, or some kind of, they probably be very cautious.
The stories have just exploded. Every situation she's been in, she's come up with a story for why things are not fair for her. So
right. Quincy's just running around. Quincy Brown is just running around out there, huh?
Yep. Lots of Quincy's.
Okay. Well, we'll see. It was great talking to you.
Tenley, thanks so much for calling in. TD in chat, by the way, in case we didn't let you know. So tell me again, do you want to share what you do professionally? Now that we're done.
Sure. So I have my own practice. I'm a clinical social worker, psychotherapist in Campfield, Ohio, which is near Youngstown, Ohio. Right. And then I teach hip hop dance fitness on the side, so I don't murder people.
The two go hand in hand. Clinical psychologist and or psychotherapist. Is that which was?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And hip hop dance, which is almost the same thing.
And I've treated a lot of borderline women because a lot of male therapists that I know just cannot do it. So they ship them all over to me. So I'm kind of burned out with that.
I loved your take. Thank you so much for calling today, TD. Appreciate it,
No
Tenley.
problem.
All right.
I'll check back in for
We'll
sure.
see you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Awesome. I love when people who are much smarter than me call in. Thank you very much, Tenley, for doing that. Wonderful to get your take. Matthew Harris responded. Well, first of all, before Matthew, New Funk Foss gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, New Funk, for that. Matthew Harris then responded. He was listening in chat. He says, "Recovery addict, I think the defense is doing as good as can be expected given the case they're dealing with. They're putting all their eggs in one basket. That defense will definitely fail." It's really the only play they've been dealt, though, and I see that. Thank you so much for that, Matthew. Christy Aiken says, "Recovery addict, the most telling is the jury has at least twice remarked on Letecia's reactions, and judge has decided not to make a comment. Wonder how that makes the jury feel." Christy, the other time that I had a similar, I wonder how the jury feels about that moment, was in the Zachary Anderson trial, where the jury came back with a question. And they were basically told, figure it out. The answer, and this was during deliberations. They're like, we'd like to know this type of thing. And they're like, just figure it out. we're not going to help you. And to my understanding, the jury didn't come back with any more questions after that. They're like, oh, I thought we had like a two-way street and we're going to work over here and we have you as a resource type thing. Nope. And it just stopped, and it changed everything as far as the interaction went with that jury. So yeah, I think it helps in this particular case that Colorado is open to the jury asking questions throughout the trial. So they clearly know their question hasn't been answered. They may ask it again or just say, hey, did you forget us type thing, at which point the judge might have to say, we're not offering a response to that one type thing, sort of we're leaving it to, leaving it up in the air. We're not deciding one way or another. But interesting. Let's see. Didn't she want to represent herself at some point? She did. That did not go well. So judge said no. Yesterday, the defense seemed very annoyed with having to do the job. I've been trying to read into the defense counsel as much as I can with their actions, and I'm seeing every time that the evidence is presented. If the photographs are being brought in, they're trying to admit a stack of photographs. They say we move to admit, and they list all the numbers and go all through it. And the judge is like, okay, defense. And you look over at defense, and defense picks up the binder, and they like flip through. No objection type thing. We've seen one objection on evidence, and that was on the pictures of Gannon's shirt. I believe that one of the pictures was sort of repetitive from another one, and they said that's cumulative. It's just too much information that doesn't add to the issue at all. Hey, asking you shall receive. We have a lawyer on the phone. Matthew, are you there?
Scott, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Doing great. Great, beautiful day down here in Texas.
Good. I saw Weather Watch was sent some pictures of a cool lightning storm that he had last night. So hopefully that's cleared out and you got nothing but sunshine today.
Yeah, he and I were chatting whenever we had some storms rolling through here in West Texas the other day, and it was weird. You could hear the hail, like the wall of hail coming through the neighborhood before it actually got to the house.
I love that. There's a wall coming, a wall of noise, and then it's upon you. Well, good weather today. Oh, sorry. I'll turn this down a little bit so we can hear you. What are you thinking about the case? Am I completely off base as far as the defense and where they stand?
No, I think that they got stuck with a bad case, and I think you phrased it correctly. They're playing with the hand that they've been dealt. And so I imagine, and this is all speculation on my part, but I imagine that they've had some meetings with her prior to trial, have determined some of these facts, and have gone over what the options are based on the evidence that's already been laid out in front of her. And they've said, listen, you don't have a shot at a not guilty unless it's by reason of insanity. That is the only chance here, because there's no possibility that based on your actions that the jury's going to say, no, she didn't do it. She didn't have the requisite mental intent.
Yeah. What do you think about the throwing Harley under the bus? Do you think she was involved in that decision to have them bring that up, or is that just something that a lawyer has to do to say, hey, there's a room for doubt here. I have to highlight that.
Oh, maybe a little bit of both. I mean, no attorney is just going to take over the case from the client and say, you sit back, I've got a handle on this. And they may have gone over it in more generalities of, listen, I'm going to have to attack people, and I'm going to attack anyone and everyone in order to raise the possibility of doubt. You give me the thumbs up, and she says thumbs up. And it may not have been specifically for Harley, but just that's what's required in this game.
Yeah. We got a question from E. Toms. He says, Recovery Addict, what is the difference between court-appointed attorney and public defenders? Because we know these are court-appointed attorneys. Can you specify how those are different?
Those are exactly the same. Court-appointed attorney, public defender. It might be a slight difference between a public defender's office or rather than a specifically, you are hereby named as the court-appointed attorney. What I've seen happen is whenever defendants, or even in civil cases, believe it or not, you can get a court-appointed attorney in some civil cases. And so the party goes to the court and says, I'm indigent, I can't afford to hire an attorney, and the government's trying to take an action against me here. And so the court can either appoint a specific attorney, and I've had that happen before where I just happen to be in the courtroom and the judge says, Mr. Harris, I'm appointing you on this case. Yes, Judge.
This takes us back to the Zachary Anderson case when the judge sent the bailiff out into the halls. Like, are there any attorneys out there? Grab one. Who is it? Yep, we're appointing you. As long as you've got your bar number, you're liable to be sucked in and assigned to a case. But I think
you're exactly right.
I think you're right. I believe these two attorneys that she has have their own private practice, so they're not actually in the public defender's office. But either way, when you're appointed to a case, the judge assigns you to a case, whether you're a public defender's office attorney or you have your own practice. And to get off the case, you can't just quit. You can't just say, I don't like this client. It doesn't, I'm not liking the chances here. This isn't, in my, what I'd like to pursue. You sort of have to go through the judge. Right, and you just have to beg and say, "Hey, can I get a pass on this one?"
Correct. And I've got a two-part answer to that, because if the judge appoints the public defender's office, or what we have here in Lubbock is something called a private defender's office, which is essentially a public defender's office that's all volunteer attorneys that have their own private practices, and they're the ones that the private defender's office will then delegate those cases to as the court-appointed attorney. And in all cases, whether it's a civil case or a criminal case, the attorney must get permission from the court in order to withdraw from the case and to be discharged, because once you file the appearance in the case, you're in it until the judge lets you off. Even if I've seen it where the clients have said, I don't want you to represent me anymore. And the attorney files the motion and says, Judge, I'd like to withdraw. My client doesn't want me to represent them anymore. And the judge says, I'm sorry, we're too close to trial and I'm not moving it. You're stuck on the case.
Yeah. And one of the best cases that we're waiting for right now that have a lot of this is the Sarah Boone case down in Florida, where she's gone through many different defenders for different reasons. But if you follow the paperwork there's all those requests to the judge saying, some of them have reasons like, I can't represent Sarah Boone because I represented the person she is accused of killing in a previous case, and that would be a conflict of interest and things like that. So it's interesting to see that paperwork and the back room, all the filings and motions, and understand how that works in this case. So that'd be interesting. One more question. Mark York, if you've got a second, Matthew, do you have a second? I know you were busy.
I sure do.
Okay, wonderful. Mark York says, her lawyers know all this stuff is coming, correct? Can you explain a little bit how discovery works as far as all the available evidence as opposed to what is actually turned over?
Yes. So in recent years, there has been a huge push, and I say recent years and just in the timeline of our criminal justice system, there's been a big push to turn over any and all evidence that might be relevant to the case, and including what we call exculpatory material. And so if you hear the term Brady material or Brady Act, that's what we're talking about, is the state has a duty to turn over all of that evidence, because there might be something in there that would prove the alibi of whoever the defendant is. And so in this case, you have to imagine that the defense got all of this evidence in advance, and even down to the designation of exhibits. In most pretrial orders, the court requires the parties to exchange and pre-label all of their exhibits. And so if I say exhibit 231, the other side, I don't have to tell them it's the picture of the blue house. The other side is going to know 231. I know where in my binder to turn to see that.
So they basically have the same playbook. Basically, the judge is leveling the grounds. They have all the same material to go off of, and then how they approach the material and the questioning, that's up on them. But so anything that defense is going to use against your client, as well as anything defense has that your clients may be able to use in their defense, has to be turned over, right?
No, I phrased that terribly. For the state to have to turn that over, that's accurate. But the defense is typically not going to have to show their hand, because they have the right to remain silent, and that might infringe on their right to remain silent if you force the defense to turn over what those exhibits are.
Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. The state turns that over to the defense. So none of the things we're hearing in court should be a surprise to the defense. Letecia, if she's working with her lawyers, should have at least known that all this was coming, that all these people would be testifying, basically what they were going to say, because all of them had like a little deposition done beforehand. For the most part, they've pretty much got a warning about all this, right?
Correct, with one minor exception. If some evidence or if some testimony doesn't go the way that they had planned, just like we saw in the Zachariah trial, that someone testifies differently than what they may have told the prosecutor in their office, then that opens up the possibility for rebuttal evidence. And so if you need to offer some rebuttal evidence to that specific testimony, then they wouldn't have known in advance that they would need that exhibit, but for the way that this testimony went in court.
Okay. And I remember seeing a couple times where we've seen that. We saw it in Zacharias a little bit with the daughter that came out with the bombshell at the end of her testimony. We saw it in the Aaron Dean trial with young Zion, as he recounted, his version of events very differently than how he had done it in his deposition. So that makes sense on that.
You're right. Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Good stuff. All right. We're excited for more court today. I'm not sure if you have actual work to do or if you can join us periodically in chat, but you had depositions yesterday. Did everything go well?
As well as could be expected. Just a slog. Let me just say, Dallas attorneys are the worst if you ever get the chance.
That's awesome. Well, Matthew, thank you so much for calling in and clarifying some factual matters with me. As I've said before, and we'll say again, everything I know about law, I've learned from Matthew Harris. Appreciate you very much. Matthew, you have your own YouTube channel. It's linked on Friends of the Channel. Also, if you go in chat and type !Matthew, it'll pull up a response that will give you the link to Matthew's channel. I highly encourage you guys to go out and hit that subscribe button there and check out the stuff. He drops a new video every week. He has some great trivia questions on his channel as well in the morning. So I think you'd enjoy going out there and checking it out. But thank you, Matthew, for calling in this morning.
Let me end with this, because it was a specific request from Lisa in chat.
Yeah.
She wanted me to throw out one howdy for everybody that's out there.
One howdy.
From Texas.
You've got to do like the howdy, like you're waving your hat type howdy. Like give it a good go.
Give it a yeehaw.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Matthew. I'm going to have to chat with you on the side about some YouTube-y things. But I appreciate all the help you've given me thus far. So thank you very much.
You're more than welcome.
Have a great day.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. We've got a little bit of time before court begins this morning. Let's see if we have any more questions or things we can go over here. Zia's daughter's Red Pen says Zia's daughter's testimony was so crazy. I wonder if Harley will come off the same way as her. I think anytime you have a juvenile in a court setting, it sort of plays the wild card because they're fluid. It's just they do things differently. They think differently. The present moment, the stress they're under will impact how they respond. Whereas an adult might have a more predictable response in a certain scenario. We've seen just some crazy stuff from young witnesses in court. ZA was one. Aaron Dean trial was one. Just and watching the court handle the response is just what's amazing. We saw with in Zachary Anderson when his daughter came up with the "I was threatened with that gun" statement, and the judge is like, "Whoa, wait, let's full stop. Let's bring an attorney in here." We saw the attorney come in for the jail inmate. Just crazy stuff. All right. Etom says, so if she says she only wants to plead insanity, they're stuck with it. I think she has a lot of the say as to what the plea is. She enters her plea, or the lawyers will enter her plea for her. Do we know, will Crystal Smith be streamed next week? Eddie, I don't know yet if that's going to be streamed. I haven't stayed up to date on it, so I don't have the right answer for you yet. Let's see. I'll be back. I'll be in the back row today. Please visit me there. I have snacks. Mrs. Wollover, kids can draw. Good to have you here. Wonderful. Love to have you with us. I do love all Matthew's videos. They're good. Thank you, Scottish Lassie. He is great. Let's see, Letecia. Letecia is the character from The Ring, waiting for her to crawl up the walls. She does. I will say, I wouldn't say she is the character, but she has some characteristics that are similar to the character in The Ring. A little bit creepy with the right lighting and mood music. Yeah, it would scare the bejeebies out of me if I came around the corner and saw her. Let's see. Let's see what else. Questions. Just trying to catch up here. Sorry, I was so far behind in chat. Okay, good. I think I'm caught up. Good morning, Mutt. Good to have you here. Welcome. I don't think Sleuth Investigate. I don't think she's not clean, but I think playing with her hair constantly will make it greasy. Like your skin naturally has oils on it that will make your hair greasy. I think you see that. She did change her hair a little bit. It sort of had a curl to it. I think day 2 or 3 that it didn't have on day 1. So I think she's doing something with her hair other than playing it. Court does start at 11 o'clock Eastern time, Sarah. We have a little bit of time before it starts. We're just trying to answer all the questions, get people caught up on things before that begins. Let's see. How long is this trial supposed to last? Bexy, this is a great question. Beginning the trial, the judge said they were slated for 6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks. Now, those are 4-day work weeks because they take Thursdays off. That's a long time. That's a long time for any trial. I mean, think of what's the family with all the murder trial that over winter that lasted forever. I can't remember what it was, but the family that killed a bunch of people over custody of the daughter. Man, the name's escaping me. But that one, it seemed like it went for years. But 6 to 8 weeks is a long trial. And I think at the beginning of the trial, as you're looking at all the witnesses and saying typically a witness takes, we have this long to question, then we give about X amount of time for a cross, back and forth. They've fleshed that out and said, yeah, 6 to 8 weeks sounds right. These witnesses are not just called once. Several of them are going to be called multiple times throughout the trial as they sort of chronologically work through the events. So we've seen like the dad twice. We'll see one investigator several times throughout the trial. But the thing that's changing that timeline for everyone is that the defense, for so many of the witnesses, says we have no questions. We have no questions. No questions this time. Nothing. And that just zoinks all the time they had allotted for the cross-examination. It's been so much a problem that yesterday they're like, Judge, we had this time block prepared and our next witness isn't going to be here for an hour and a half. Can we take lunch early? Because we were expecting to be in cross for all this time this morning and it's not happening. So I think that time frame of 6 to 8 weeks is being trimmed every single time the defense stands up and says no questions. We're cutting away at that 8 weeks, and I think we'll be shorter. I'd say 6 weeks is probably the longest it could possibly be. Probably closer to 4. Okay. Let's see. Can a jury now request off because of a view they have now not to the end of trial? Missy, ask me that question one more time. I think spell check or something must have put an extra word in there. Are you asking about the jury asking to be removed from the jury now that trial's begun based on what they've seen? Because all of them have basically been asked questions of, will you be able to watch this? Will you be able to perform as a juror on this type of trial with this type of evidence? And they've all said yes. I think the judge is going to hold them to that as much as possible, unless there's, if one of the jurors who thought they could do it suddenly realizes they have a very weak stomach, and anytime they see autopsy pictures or something, they get physically ill. That might be a reason for one of them to be excused. But I think at this point, the jury pretty much is in for the long haul. We haven't had any excused yet. Lisa says, I'm waiting for Letecia to have an outburst in court. I think this could happen. We've seen a couple times where she's been quite animated. Yesterday, specifically as the news cameraman was starting to testify, and I believe it was he was saying what their interaction was when they first met and what she said to him She was like, just like, no, that's not it. You're completely wrong. Big smile, shaking your head like this is BS type thing. If those type of behaviors continue, I think we may hear her actually say something. I'm not sure if the mics will pick it up because her table is not mic'd. That was a question that I was supposed to answer yesterday. The judge has turned off the mics on both the prosecution and the defense tables, and only the mic on the center podium is on. So any audio we hear from them has to be loud enough for the center podium to pick it up. So I'm not sure if it would hear her if she did say something. Okay, AJ, look at this. Changed your name from A space J to AJ. Let's see where it is. I missed it completely. It scrolled off the screen, but I saw it. AJ is much easier to, there it is, much easier to tag than A space J. Let's see. Creepy eyes scares me about her. Arkansas Magnet Fisher, part of the problem is that we're using a video feed that, speaking of which, let me go live here. Take this back. We're using a video feed of WebEx, and WebEx has it sets the resolution based on your connection to the internet and a bunch of other things. So we have a WebEx feed, and then we have to zoom in on the picture from WebEx. And a couple people have asked me. I actually got a message like 2 o'clock in the morning last night from someone who says, "How in the world do you have a better video quality than everyone else?" And I said, I don't know, because I don't know what they're doing. I can only tell you what I'm doing. If you're curious, if you wonder why my video stream seems to be higher quality, I can tell you what I'm doing. That way you can fix your stream. I don't know if you're listening, Law and Crime, Court TV, whatever. I can share all that if you want to know. Let's see. I feel so sorry for Harley. Dealing with a narcissist and a manipulative parent is so hard. Can her attorney make her pay attention during the trial? No, attorney can't. The thing is, she is not guilty right now. I mean, as far as in the eyes of the court, she's not legally guilty. She has, a presumption of innocence, and so the judge can't really force her to do things. Whereas, if in a sentencing phase, a judge can compel someone to do something, can compel them to be held. As long as it's not, cruel and unusual punishment. There can be a range of punishments that can be dished out or doled out. But forcing someone to listen or forcing someone to look at pictures of a crime that they are accused of being involved in, I don't think they have any ability to do that. Okay, let's see here. Is she eligible for the death penalty? Tracy Bound, death penalty varies by state. In Colorado, they have gotten rid of the death penalty. They did that in 2020. So no matter what she's accused of, even the most heinous of murders in Colorado, you cannot be sentenced to death at this time. Unless they reinstate the death penalty, which I don't think they can then retroactively go back and try her that way. I'd have to look at the laws that way, but I don't think there's any chance of her ever facing the death penalty for this. Okay. Day one of Ohio versus Andrew Mitchell. Know anything about this one? Sarah, I'm not following that one. I'd love to hear the details. We've just, I've only got so many sources on my computer that I can watch at one time. What's the reason for the Thursdays off? Grit Grinder, we don't know exactly what happens on that court on Thursdays. We could probably dig up his schedule and figure it out, but he has a standing appointment with a certain type of hearing, whether it's, I don't know, it could be some sort of, other court thing that happens on a regular basis. I don't think it's going to be arraignments. That would happen more frequently than every Thursday. But for that Thursday, we know that everything that happens in this court, all the exhibits, all of the evidence, all the binders, everything is all cleaned up. The courtroom is cleaned up because the entire courtroom is used with, I believe, that same judge during that day. So whatever it is, it's a court process that takes place there. Okay. Wagner, yes. Thought Inception. Wagner was the trial I was thinking of. You guys were all right. Yes, the Wagners. That one seemed to go forever. Did you cover the Murdaugh trial? Yes, we did, Mark. It was a lot of fun. It was a very, very interesting trial to cover. It was like we were covering 100 trials, 99 of them financial and one murder trial, but most of the time just financial. Pike County Wagner case. Yes, thank you, Amber, for the correction on that. That was the name. I pronounce her guilty for bad stringy hair. Unfortunately, that's not a crime that we can punish people for, but if it were, she would be guilty. Is anyone counting the witnesses in the case so far? They've been streamrolling over. Yes, they have. Red Pen, I think. Amber, I'm not sure. Are you keeping a tab on that? I know there's a couple people I've seen online that are doing it. There's a couple groups on Reddit. I think the Reddit group, Reddit r/Gannon Stauch on Reddit. There's some people who are tracking some of the witnesses there. A couple people are. We've had quite a few, but it's funny because some of them are repeats. We can cut off a week. I feel like you call it 5 to 7 weeks now. Nana Geek says, you're not caught up. I said good morning 3 times from Yorktown Heights, New York. Nana Geek, it takes me a long time to catch up. A long time. I do apologize. Robert Durst trial. Wow. CMH, there are so many good trials happening right now. We had to pick and choose, and I don't like the whiplash. In the past, I've tried to follow multiple courts at the same time, and everyone ends up confused. They join for one, and suddenly they're watching another. It's also hard on my end to sort the videos like into playlists when I have multiple different contents. So we'll be sticking with this trial through the duration. Okay. It strikes me, says Suzanne, as Letecia throwing Harley under the bus as a punishment and not as a reasonable doubt, since that's not an issue. The issue is if Letecia knew right from wrong at the time of the murder. I think they're trying to throw it in as doubt a little bit as well, because they brought her up and said she was the only other person that really had access to the crime scene during this time period where you're saying the crime happened. That's sort of throwing somebody under the bus a little bit. Do attorneys have to ask specific questions the defendant wants asked, or can they ignore it? They don't have to ask specific questions. Obviously, the attorneys work with the client, with the defendant, but when it comes to it, look at, where's a good example? Matthew Terry. Matthew Terry's the stabber down in Florida, right? With the judge who has the same judge who did the ice cream murder trial. Okay. Matthew Terry was, at the end of his case, he basically said that he wanted to talk because his story hadn't been told the way he was told it would be told. Like his lawyers had said they would do something, but they didn't recount the events that, as he had told them they should. And they don't have to. They don't have to say word for word. You have to say this. If they did, why do you have a lawyer if you want to, why don't you just be your own lawyer if you want to control everything? The lawyers have some latitude to take the facts that are presented in the case, because they have to address the facts, right? They take the facts, they take the theory of the defense, and they weave a defense that may not be exactly what the defendant wants, but the lawyer says this is the best way we can do this. So they have some latitude there. They don't have to ask every question word for word. Now you may have people like Alex Murdaugh, who seemed at one point to be very involved, almost word for word, providing the questions his attorneys would ask, and they were on the same page, and they're like, okay, we'll ask that question of the defendant. So you get the full range of that. Let's see. She's just trying to drive us bonkers with her hair, especially for those who can't handle hair in their face, says Cass. 62 degrees in Vermont and sunny. We're a little behind you. 54 degrees and sunny right now, and it feels like 80 degrees in my studio room here. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's take it down just a degree or two and see if the family complains. I think that's good. Her attorneys drew the short straw. They definitely don't have. It's tough to see a win on this one, Lisa. It really is tough. The best they can do might look like a loss to most other people. Okay. Danny Cole Christiansen says, Recovery Addict Anderson Aldrich will be back in court on 5/30. Do you plan to cover that case? May 30th. I don't think we have anything slated, so we'll have to watch that. I'm not familiar specifically with how long that's going to take and everything. I'll have to look into that. Who listened to the Vallow opening statements? Pretty grim, wasn't it? A little bit of news yesterday. We heard about Chad's ex-wife possibly was the cause of death was asphyxiation. Was that news yesterday that you guys heard? Let's see. Let me check. Trying to connect, making sure the courtroom is available here. Just one second. Their cameras are not up yet, but at least they have the feed or the blank spaces going. So I just want to make sure we have audio and everything set up that way. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I think we're all good. Court is ready, as you can see right here. This is what we see from the court right now. So no video, no audio yet. As soon as something comes in, you guys will hear it. See, you can almost hear the jury's sighs of relief when there are no questions from the defense. When do you think the Sykes will be testifying? Well, the defense one is going to be at the very end because the state has to rest first. And we know that the one who's going to testify saying that she is insane or was insane at the time of the murders, that will be at the very end. Let's see who's calling in this morning.
Call from.
The state has to rest first.
To accept, press. Oops, your caller just hung up.
Oh.
Goodbye.
We don't know who it was. Somebody who called in, they had the phone turned up. Try it again. We'll give it a try. Any other questions? Okay. OJ trial was one of the longest trial. I did not follow that trial. I mean, I knew the facts of the case. I knew about the car chase and, you know, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit type thing, but I didn't actually follow the trial. Can a jury request off because they think she's too crazy to judge her fair? Missy, I would say no on that. In that case, they probably would have to say vote not guilty.
Call from.
Jury request off.
Hey, this is a recovery addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Sue Schneider.
Hey, Sue. I tried to say Snoo Schneider at the same time, and I mixed up.
I know.
Sue Schneider,
called that
little
many
tongue
times.
twister. How are you doing this morning?
Pretty good. Yeah, I just had some chocolate pancakes. Yummy, yummy.
When are there any left, and can I come over?
No, I ate them all. Although there are, if I mix them up some more. So I just wanted to call real quick. I sat in court because I'm in Colorado Springs yesterday morning.
Okay.
And I just wanted to get a feel for if it felt different than, the virtual version.
Yeah. Well, so you saw all the autopsy pictures. That was, I'll tell you that I made the decision early on. I said we would not be showing anything, and I covered them. So no one saw the autopsy pictures through my stream. Because of how the feeds come in, I have to have it up on my screen to be able to present it. I saw more than I wanted to see. That was very hard. I'm curious from your perspective though. We were really watching Letecia a lot as we're hearing the description of of each image that was shown. I mean, 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma, one gunshot wound. Very, very terrible to listen to. What was your perspective as you watched the court, and honestly, how was the jury receiving this?
The jury through the morning when I was there was very good. Like no emotion. I watched and I didn't see anything, any reactions. I was sitting way at the back behind Letecia, so I couldn't see her reactions either. Okay. The one thing that was interesting was I sat behind a gal who had the same hair as Letecia. I don't know what Harley looks like, but she kind of broke down. She wouldn't look at the pictures. She was kind of quietly crying, wiping her eyes during all the pictures. And I wondered if that was maybe Harley Hunt.
I had not heard that she was in the courtroom.
Okay. Maybe it wasn't.
That I just haven't heard, and that could be her.
I did notice when they would call up the next witness, she seemed to kind of tense up. So I thought, but maybe that was just me imagining things. I don't know.
I imagine that the Harley, based on her relationship, would be one of the witnesses that would be excused from the exclusionary rule that would prevent her from being in the room when other people testify.
Okay.
So it's possible that would be her.
Yeah, maybe she was a relation. She. The other thing was she was kind of dressed up. She wasn't in the spectator section where I was.
Okay.
She was a little in front of it. Anyway, yeah, she just couldn't watch it.
Yeah.
There was also something interesting which I hadn't thought of, but it worked really well. Was when the lawyers went up to the bench to discuss something. And maybe you know this, the judge would click on this white noise kind of sound. It sounded like a really loud AC kind of coming out, but it was, just to make it so that they could talk without being overheard. And then as soon as the lawyers went back, it turned off, and I finally connected. Oh, those two things are connected.
If you listen to the very beginning of trial, like day one, when the judge was talking to the lawyers, or judge was talking to the jurors, I think it might have been right when the jury got impaneled. He said, when there's a sidebar, you're going to hear this noise, and he pushed the button. They have a white noise generator with speakers that play that sound, and it makes it impossible to just distinguish voices through it.
Yeah, yeah.
So he does trigger that himself. That makes sense.
Yeah, he has got a little switch there.
So the jurors are taking notes, right?
Some were, some weren't.
Okay.
They were definitely, I didn't see many of them. They were definitely attentive. I didn't see any of them looking down for long. There's a lot of them because 12 plus the 4. How many extras are there? 4 or 5?
6, I think, in this one.
6, yeah, so quite a few of them. One of them I recognized from our local grocery store.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's good. So you know one of them.
So
That's
I thought
good.
Maybe I could approach him and see if he'd talk to you after the whole thing's over. I don't know.
After the trial's all the way over, I would do that. I would say
all the way over.
I would say
yeah.
Don't even look at him sideways until the trial's over. We don't want anything to happen that could negatively impact the trial or you, honestly, or them.
Yeah. No, I didn't. He doesn't recognize me, and I was in the elevator with him, and they were going out to lunch. One thing I did hear was I was in the elevator during the break, went down and went to the little break room downstairs where you can buy a drink or a candy bar or something. They had some sandwiches. Anyway, I rode the elevator with the two defense lawyers, and they were talking about other things. And then one of them said, "How's Letecia holding up?"
Okay.
And the other
I'm not
said,
sure. I'm not sure how much we can play of this.
Okay.
I don't want to. If they're talking amongst themselves, I would want to hear that. But
that's all they said. That's all they said. So,
after the
sorry.
fact, I don't. After the fact, I want to hear, but I wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
Broadcast.
I
will ask you this: Do you have plans to return? I don't know what your schedule is as far as the court progresses.
I'm retired. I don't really have a schedule. So I could return for sure. I don't want to be there every day, but if did you have something in mind?
Well, I was curious. There's so much testimony and there's so much interesting stuff happening with. I'm not sure you didn't see the. It was Friday. Was the neighbor that did like the super spy stuff, right?
Right.
That was absolutely crazy.
Mobley. Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to try to get a hold of her after the trial.
After the trial, I'd love to. I think in this case, and I think this is pretty much standard in this trial, the judge is not releasing any of the witnesses till the trial is over because many of them are being recalled. Yeah. So it really ties our hands as far as contacting anyone until the trial's over. They've been instructed not to talk to anyone, and we don't want to sort of jeopardize that. But once the trial is over, I think we'll try to reach out to her and see if we could talk to her. She seems like she might be willing to talk and have some very interesting stuff to share. But
actually have an opinion on the that they don't release the witnesses, because yesterday in the morning, Al got back up to talk about the hydrocodone, and maybe that wouldn't have come up before, but because of the medical examiner saying that was in Gannon's body, I wonder, because Al sits in there every day, all day, or during the whole trial, if they were like, hey, didn't you mention something about hydrocodone? And so he just got up I'm sure you saw it, just for a few minutes to say, he had him hidden in his bedroom beside the bed. Yeah. So I don't think it's a bad idea, actually, to have the witnesses sort of, you can't have them all on call, but to if you have something that comes up, to get them back up there to, I don't know, just bring something up.
It's definitely it's different than we've seen in other courts, where you basically get one shot at the apple, and then you need to, like with in the Murdaugh trial, you need to have a good excuse to bring the witness back up. The whole subject to recall thing. The judge is like, why should I make this person sit here during trial and be available for you? You need a good reason to do that. Where in this trial, it seems to be more than normal. But Sue, Matthew Harris is telling me, if the defense attorneys are speaking in the elevator and Sue is present, then all is fair game. There is no expectation of privacy and there's no privilege. So they were asking, let's go into that. They were asking how Letecia was holding up. They're asking each other.
One asked the other, and I can't remember who it was. I feel like the one, if you're looking from the camera point of view, I can't remember his name. The one that speaks mostly, he's on the left, and then there's
Cook.
one to the right that's closer to Letecia. He seems more like happy. He's fine to be there. The other one seems kind of mad, a little bit mad, but I can't remember who asked who. But at least they're showing some interest, and I appreciated that. Even though I have an opinion on her, but they're stuck there, like you said. So I appreciated that they were at least like, So I think maybe the one on the left who does most of the speaking, what's his name, Adam, maybe, he was asking the other one that sits next to her, and she occasionally will talk to him. So maybe he was just saying, hey, how's she holding up? But they were, it's another day, another dollar for them. They're not thinking of her life.
They don't have the same thing on the line. The outcome of this case is going to be, a checkbox in the win or the loss column for them.
Exactly. They have nothing to lose.
And pay is going to be the same either way. It's not even financially. It doesn't really impact them directly. But it's good to know that they're curious. I think after the case, and specifically after Letecia is asked if she wants to testify, I think that's when we'll get a really clear picture of her relationship with her attorneys, and if she's if they're sort of on the same team or just sitting at the same table. So Sue, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in, and I'm sorry you had to watch. The day you chose to go to court was the hardest day, I think, that there will be in this trial. Really tough stuff.
I watch a lot of crime shows, although they don't go into they usually don't show that. But it was okay. It was really sad, man. The whole courtroom was just, no one was saying anything. Everyone was just staring ahead. You could hear a few, reactions, but not much. It was just pretty quiet. So thanks for letting me call.
Sue, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Awesome. Thank you very much, Sue. Looks like Brandy's here. Brandy dropped another video. If you ever need a catch up on any of this trial, Brandy does a great job summarizing the videos. So thank you very much, Brandy. I send everyone your way I can, because you do such a good job with it. I'd love to talk to you as well, Brandy, if you have any questions about live streaming, whenever. Good morning from San Francisco. May I assume I did not win the internet today? You're a little bit late, a little bit, about an hour and a half, but we're about half an hour before court starts here right now. Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? How is she considered innocent until proven guilty when she is pled guilty by reason of insanity? Heather, it's I'd have to see the charging documents, and I'm curious that when the jury's actually charged, when they're given the paperwork for their deliberations, what options are available to them? If they still have the option of not guilty, then I mean that would be very telling. If their options are only guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity, that would be different. But I don't know. Just she has not been judged as guilty. The sentence has not been imposed upon her, saying that she is guilty, and because of that, in the eyes of the law, she is still innocent unless proven guilty. And this court case, the whole procedure of the court case will either prove her guilty or prove her not guilty by reason of insanity, or possibly also not guilty as an option, which doesn't seem very likely at this point. Ashley, I talked with Ivan last night. Yeah, we're praying for him. It's a rough time for him. Let's see. Back to the fire. Jill C. says, back to the fire candle incident. They had home monitoring. Would be curious to hear Letecia's response to them about that. Jill, I think the monitoring they had was not like indoor cameras. They had motion sensors upstairs and downstairs. And the day of the day that the state is saying that Gannon was murdered, there was a lot of activity in the downstairs where his room was, more than 3 times the amount of activity there normally is. Let's see. She pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. That's also why she's not guilty. I would assume not guilty would be an option, as she hasn't pled guilty. Right. I think all of those will be an option, and I've never followed a case where an NJRI plea or NJRI defense was used. So this is one of the reasons why I like this. Arkansas Magnet Fisher, thank you for the super chat. Good to have you here. Let's see. Irish Bro, good afternoon in Ireland. Hope everyone is well. Thanks for connecting from Ireland. Let's see. Good morning. Nope. I think we've got Mutt on the line.
Call from
Mutt.
Hey, Mutt. How are you doing this morning?
I am well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Wondering,
outstanding.
What's your take on Letecia's behavior this morning? As we've talked a lot about that.
I'm of the opinion that the woman is not crazy. She's just evil, and that is. I mean, because you can be pure evil and not be crazy. Yeah, she knew what she was doing.
That's the key. Her knowledge of what was right, what was wrong, and that what she was doing was wrong.
Exactly. Agents of Chaos comes to mind.
Yeah.
And that is my opinion. But the reason that I called, it has come to my attention that I upset a few folks in chat yesterday by expressing my opinion with regards to wishing that I had seen the autopsy pictures. But that's my opinion, and I was not trying to throw shade at anyone. So I apologize if I've offended anybody.
Oh, you're good.
That was not my intention.
You're good. I think. Well, I'll tell you.
Apparently, there were a few people in chat that were really, really upset with me expressing my opinion from what I've deduced, and that was not my intention.
We're a pretty civil group here, and occasionally we can have some disagreements, so we can still be friends afterwards. That's what makes it so much fun here. There were probably almost a fifth of the people watching the live stream, as soon as I said that we would not be showing the pictures, dropped off to watch it somewhere else. And that's okay. And for the reasons I listed,
I said, not drop off. Yeah. I want that made. I did not drop off. But I do feel that if I'm going to invest this kind of time into a trial like this, I want to have as much information as possible. I respect what I respect why you chose not to, and I completely get it. Yeah. I just happen to have a different opinion.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Your different opinion is okay. I'm perfectly okay. There are people who say, with my background, for me, it would be very helpful to see those autopsy pictures. And I said, that's great. Category, that is great. I just chose not to show them here, and they're available other places. That's great. I wish everyone who wanted the experience they have watching it to have that. I just think for those of us that don't have that extra level of expertise and training where viewing those would be helpful to us, or maybe not helpful to us mentally.
No, I understand.
For us, it wouldn't help. But
No, I get that.
No harm.
I just wanted to make sure that you and I were okay, because
we're good.
It bothered me that people were kind of upset with the fact that I was expressing my opinion, and I'm going, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like.
No, it's all good. We're a fun group here. Mutt, you're good, so I appreciate that.
Okay, I appreciate you, and I think you know that. I think I've called in enough and irritated you enough, quote unquote.
No, you're good.
To know that.
You're a friend from just across the border, up in Virginia, right?
Correct. So, I am up here in Virginia Beach. So
one day I'll get up there doing some metal detecting.
Well, come on. I would love to pull you aside at some point and talk to you about that.
Yeah.
Because I really would like to get into that. My dad was into that before he passed, and I had been toying with the idea myself.
Well, it's the best. It's the second best hobby in the world. The first one is true crime, but I love it. Thank you, Mutt. Appreciate you calling. You're good. We're still friends. All right.
All right. Cool.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's see. Chantel Dowling says, I watched this channel live, but viewed the other with the pics afterwards. I'm a new subscriber to this channel as of yesterday. The name of the channel is what intrigued me, as I'm a recovering addict. Chantel, congratulations on your path to sobriety, first of all. Wish you well on that. Hope you're doing wonderful. You have our 100% of our support. My channel name I actually chose because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. As a metal detectorist, I love history and I love digging it up. But I also have my own experience with
call from Cindy's crazy.
Okay, sorry, with addiction. Cindy's crazy. Hold on just 1 second. I'll bring you in just 1 minute. I have my own story with addiction where I was addicted to video games, and I realize that's different than what we typically view as an addiction for recovery. But for me, it was very real, and it just about cost me everything. So I have nothing but respect for that, and I'm not. My name is not meant to cast any shade on people who are on their path to sobriety. Thanks for asking the question, though, Chantel. Welcome. Good to have you here. Cindy's crazy. Hello. Thanks for holding for a minute. How are you doing?
Yeah, no problem. Good. Actually, I'm in recovery too, but
wonderful.
Addiction is a thing. It is a thing where it can be for anything. Because I stopped using in '92, and now I'm addicted to knitting.
That's a good one. That's something you're creating.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
A good one.
Well, what are you?
Anyway, I wanted to talk. Yeah, I wanted to talk about. I think with Letecia's insanity defense. Now I know a little bit about crazy. I'm not a professional in any way, but I felt a lot with crazy, as per my name. I think that she has explosive anger syndrome rather than DID. Okay? The reason I say that is from everything that I've heard, I think that she snapped. Gannon got burned. I don't, either she did it, she was, punishing him or something, and then he was probably crying about this pain. She gave him hydrocortisone, it didn't work, and she just exploded like that. And I've done that. My dad's done that. A lot of it's in my family.
Yeah.
And I think that she's saying someone else took over. It's not someone else took over. It's just explosive anger. I don't think she has DID.
Where she lost control of her. Restraint.
I call it going red. I've done it a few times, and I'm like the calmest person you'll ever meet because I do not want to do that again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like when I did it, the first time I remember doing it was my sister was babysitting my daughter, and I couldn't pay her because I just left my husband, a whole big thing. And she said, well, I'm just going to leave her. And she was like less than 2 years old, maybe even less than a year old. And she said, I'm just going to leave her in the living room, and me and my boys are going to go out shopping. And in my head, I saw my baby girl sitting in the living room crying her eyes out. And in that moment, I wanted to find out if I could punch my sister's head hard enough to see brains.
Yeah.
And I tried it.
Oh, no. Sydney, oh, no. Well, it's interesting that might be the case. I don't think that would be considered not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't think that's a threshold that makes her not culpable for her actions.
Oh no, she's definitely culpable. Absolutely culpable. And I've thought this to myself before. I mean, I've been told by someone a very long time ago in the professional that I have a fractured personality, by which I mean that I think that I may have more than one personality in my head, but we're all called Cindy and we share memories.
Okay.
With DID, basically you have different people in your head, and when somebody's in charge, the other guys in your head, they don't share memories.
So they're distinctly separate.
So distinctly separate, right? And the therapy for DID is trying to get everybody to talk to each other and share memories.
Wow.
So she's thinking that, I know a little bit about DID because I kind of studied it, but not really.
So with your experience and then looking at Letecia, would you say that there's a chance that could we expect her to explode in the courtroom, that she would act out, that she would get to a point where she's frustrated enough with the situation that she, she's like, I'm sick of this. I can't sit here and take this anymore.
Right. Yeah, I think it's possible, but I wouldn't put money on it.
Yeah.
I think they may have her medicated. She is gaining weight.
Yeah.
So they may have her medicated and, restrained chemically.
Wow.
To avoid that.
Cindy, thank you so much for your input and for your perspective. I appreciate that. Anything else you wanted to say before we?
No problem.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking my call, and I love this channel.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Sleuths Investigate says, did they confirm Gannon's burns in autopsy report? Actually, that's one thing I was listening for, Sleuths, and no, they did not. But the reason they said they didn't is because of the state of decomposition of the body, and because it was had been in moisture and things like that. It was very wet. They were not able to. They would not have been able to had there been burns. So the only version of the injuries to his arms that we have is Letecia's version. I don't know. It's possible that once we hear Harley's testimony, that she might be able to put some perspective on it if she saw him with those burns and can say exactly what they were like. But right now, all we have to go off is Letecia, and Letecia doesn't have like a great track record as far as telling the truth goes. So I don't know what exactly what the situation was there. Let's see. Because it was something that probably made her look bad, I think she minimized what the burns were in her story. Anything that makes her look bad is minimized, the whole yada, yada, yada type thing. And everything that makes her be the victim is maximized. And that story, it seems like that Gannon's burns, the little we know from just the recording where he said, I'm just worried about my burns, it was probably much bigger than what she said. Let's see. Two Rivers Kennels, thank you very much for subscribing. Let's see, there you are. Two Rivers Kennels, welcome. Got another call coming in. Let's see
call from Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I had talked to you earlier about Ivan, but I wanted to make a point. I've worked in mental health. This is Meanie Banana, by the way.
Yes.
My real name's Lisa, but I wanted to let you know that throughout all these conversations, when she's saying she has DID, she is continuing to respond to her own name. And I have seen DID working as an ER nurse with psychiatric patients, and usually what they'll do is they'll correct you if you call them by the wrong name. So I never heard her really doing that.
So if she was in a different personality at that time, then she would have identified as that person in the moment, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's my experience.
Sorry. Somebody just did the name audio. I don't consent to that name from Daryl Brooks, which was perfect timing, but it scared the daylights out of me. Okay, so that is interesting. That basically goes to say that maybe that would be an indicator that DID is not the proper diagnosis.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm seeing all the earmarks of like a personality disorder as opposed to, something that's like the DID.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I think Harley's going to be a very telling witness if she appears on the stand, which I think if she does, I've heard that it might be next week. But Harley's interactions with her mom is going to be what's very telling. And maybe we'll get a picture of Letecia through someone else's voice other than, Al was one, but he's really only testified to the events that happened during this time period. But actually seeing Letecia through Harley's eyes and see how she is and maybe seeing if she does flip or if she does have some mental condition, mental illness that causes problems. That's going to be really telling. I'm looking forward to that.
Me too. I can't wait to see what Harley says.
Yeah. Great. Meaty Banana, thank you so much for calling in, a.k.a. Lisa.
Sure.
Good to talk to you again. You're welcome anytime. We'll catch you later, all right?
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Lady Writer with a 3-month anniversary comment says, yay me, been here 3 months. A whole bunch of emojis. That was a spicy maple bourbon pickle emoji, the man bun, the tinfoil hat, the gavel, a couple hearts, the smiling poop emojis. It's all good. You've got them all in there. RA Addict says, Recovery Addict, maybe I missed it, but has it been mentioned that proof of insanity is the defendant's burden, not the prosecution's? Yes, but actually in Colorado, no. Sorry, let me take this call as well.
Karen?
Hey, Karen, give me just a minute. Let me just answer this question for RA Addict. In Colorado, the state has the burden to prove that she is not insane. So the state has to prove she's not insane and that she's guilty. So that's where that one stands in this one. Karen, how are you doing today? What's on your mind?
I'm amazing. I'm calling
wonderful.
from Oregon.
Oh, yes.
I am going to be 61 years old, and I do have DID.
Okay.
The book I'm just finishing, it says, and then there was 12. What I have learned through my life from the trauma, each personality came about to protect me from something. And as I went through therapy and a lot of journaling, we were able to communicate. I also am involved with a lot of groups. Mm-hmm. And by watching her sitting there, Letecia, she does not have any of the characteristics of having DID. She seems like she's one angry person.
Yeah.
With all of my personalities, they range from age 5 to 45. And every one of them, and now I no longer need them, which is a blessing. But with each one of them, there was different clothing, there was different toys, there was different mugs, there was something different for each one of them because they had their own personality. They would speak differently. Some had accents. She doesn't show any signs of DID.
Wow. Is it possible that with the state where medication is, where the science or the medical community or technology is, that she could be receiving treatment that would mute that or sort of confine her to one identity well medicated?
Well, I'm not sure that because I never took medication. I just did a lot of therapy. But I do know that when I needed, they were around until I was in my 40s. And it took a long time to, it's called integration, to integrate them so we became one whole again.
Yeah.
But she just seems like a very angry person that has something else going on inside of her. One thing I did learn in therapy is if one of us made a mistake, broke a law, we all paid for it.
Right.
And that was something we quickly communicated to the others before we became one again. Yeah, just by watching her demeanor, little things trigger her anger, like when the reporter was on there. Yeah. You've seen her get triggered. There was another detective that was on there last week that triggered her, and not triggered like a personality, but her anger. Like she had resentment.
Like
yeah.
She couldn't hold it back.
Yeah,
she was either smiling, shaking her head, or there was a response where she wasn't just observing.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that was just my take on it because, I got diagnosed when I was 22 and I just, and it's like I kept finding more and more. And it is true that one doesn't know what the other one's doing. until you learn how to start journaling, and you have to communicate with the other.
Find a way to bridge that boundary. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you can lose years of your life, But she just doesn't. Just from someone who does have it, and now recovered from it, but she doesn't show any signs of it.
Yeah, very very interesting, Karen. Thank you very much for first of all sharing something that's very personal and your experience that way. So that is very it's fascinating, and I wish you well as your continued success in treatment goes. But thank you very much for calling in. Appreciate it.
Okay, God bless. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Interesting. As Karen says, having experienced this, she's not showing the signs. The tells aren't there that DID would be the correct diagnosis. Explosive anger is also a problem with PTSD. When it happens, you do feel kind of feel like a different person, but you definitely know that you are the one acting out, says Mary. And that may be more of the situation here. Let's see. Joan says, I've missed a few days of court, but I'm back. What time does court start? It starts actually in about 8 minutes. So we're gonna bring up the feed here in just 1 second. It's gonna look like this. We'll bring that up. We're just waiting for the feed to come in. As soon as the audio comes in, you'll hear it as well. Let's see. How can PFOG challenging some assertions here says, how can you discern the disorder from body language? If her defense has alleged it, it would be extremely reckless and ineffective assistance of counsel to assert such an allegation. If her defense has alleged it, which I believe they have, it would be reckless to assert such an allegation. Reckless for the defense to assert that? The defense did assert it. Are you saying that it's we can't diagnose it? And we're not. I'm not a professional. I'm not trying to diagnose it. I'm curious. I want to learn about it. It's more than I don't know much about it. That's why I'm so grateful for people like Karen who have some experience in that and can tell me so I can frame up my understanding of it a little better. I'm definitely not diagnosing her with something or without something. Let's see. She hates being questioned. She can't believe people would dare question her version. Ashley, I've seen her. There's some witnesses that she wants to directly look at, and as far as she pulls hair out of her face, there are times when she frames her face so that she has an unobscured view of the witness. And makes a lot of direct eye contact and is watching the jury back and forth. And there are other times where sort of the curtain comes in and blocks the view and the head goes down. It seems that she has a hard time hearing herself getting caught in a lie. But with the rest, it's like she's intrigued at some level with what's going on. Let's see. Harley is now 21. She's a TikToker. Karen is right here. In addition, we know DID can be induced by dissociative drugs as well. Eileen says, Karen, thank you for being strong enough to share that with us. You made the diagnosis more understandable. You are appreciated. Thank you very much. Is it? And whose birthday is it? Karen, is it your birthday? The goal in DID is integration. When is Harley testifying? I don't know as far as the schedule because it changes every day. As defense doesn't question people and prosecution does, and they burn through witness lists faster than they're expecting, the whole thing's fluid. I've heard someone say that it might be next week, but really it could come anytime they choose it. Here's another call. Hey.
Call from
Ivan.
Ivan, my friend, how are you doing today?
Hey guys, I just wanted to, I know I talked to you last night a little bit. I just wanted to extend my gratitude for all the people subbing and leaving comments and all the well wishes. It's really meant a lot, and just trying to get through the day to day. I know I kind of told you last night. The missus doesn't do the social media thing. It's just not her gig. But even she was struck by the amount of support, and she had known that this is a big part of my life, like you accurately deduced the other night and or the other day. So just wanted to let everybody know we really appreciate it, and it's not going unnoticed. I'll probably just be in the shadows today. I don't want to get into it with people, and it's just helping me calm my mind. And but I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody.
Well, Ivan, our thoughts are with you. I'm not sharing anything you've told me other than what you said I could share. So
Right.
I'll leave it that way.
I got you.
Just know you've got a whole community here that supports you and wants to, give you a virtual hug as well. So please, if you need to reach out, I'm here. I've sent you some other information, people who would also be more than willing anytime to have you reach out to them as well. So thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Ivan. We'll see you.
Yep.
Bye. Ivan's Ivan lost his dog yesterday. His dog Rebel, little dog Rebel, and Rebel's been a little part of our show through him. But just know that there's more to it than that.
Anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Wow. Just know that there's more to it than that, and this loss is, rekindles another very, very big loss as well. Okay, let's see if we can bring in the Letecia cam. But thank you for the support for Ivan. All right, we are going to turn off the sound effects because we like to focus on the actual trial itself as it happens. Here's me. I'm back. Mela, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness.
All rise for the jury, please.
Surreptitiously, I said that wrong. I can't say this word. You don't need to be an addict to be here. You sort of have to be a little bit addicted to true crime, but that's enough. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. Yes, Jen.
Thank you. May all be seated.
She's currently in jail.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. We would call Dakota Lowry to the stand.
Dakota Lowry is kicking it off today.
All right, Mr. Lowry, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. A little farther forward.
Just go right in the middle of the court.
All right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning. Morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Dakota Lowry, DAKOTALOWRY.
And where do you live, Dakota?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And
he's nervous.
What is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now?
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, Tisha?
Mr. Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you step back in the back of the jury room for a few minutes. All up for the jury, please.
Oh, my. I recognize this is incredibly painful and hard for him.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
The judge is going to...
Mr. Lowry, you going to be okay? Need a few minutes?
Yes, I just want to get this over.
Okay. Here's the way that the process works, is that I understand that you want to get it done. I understand that. But we have to have the jury in here, and you're going to be subject to questioning by the prosecution and then by your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that? Okay. Just do the best that you can. Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
Yeah.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So everybody's a little nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
This judge is doing what he can, but the judge can't allow that to continue at
I'm
the same
sorry.
time.
It's okay. It happens. It's an emotional case. I get that. But you just have to do the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
And with the court's permission, can I just ask some follow-up questions? Mr. Lowry, I know this is very difficult for you, okay? But I really want you to focus on me, and I know your wife's here as well. And I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we'll get through this, okay? But it's important that you got to kind of keep your cool.
Okay.
All right? Can you do that?
I'm gonna try my best. I can't make no promises, but I try my best.
And I appreciate that. I know it's difficult for you here, but we'll get through this, okay? And if you need a break, just let us know. If you feel something coming up where you want to have an outburst, do the best you can and let us know, and perhaps the court, we can take another break, okay? Is that fair?
Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Okay. It's possible that we're going to have the camera kept off for the duration of this witness. The court's been very respectful in a couple other situations, so we might not have a witness camera during this portion. Man. Do we have the other camera? The judge just asked if they had the camera's off.
All rise for the jury, please.
The judge was the only one who wasn't standing. Yeah, there was no break there. No break no expression changed anything when he yelled, "Why, Tisha?"
All right, thank you. You may all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lowry, this is your first time being in a courtroom ever, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're probably extremely nervous.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to get through this, okay? I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we're going to have a conversation. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
Did you let the jury know about your other family members, other brothers and sisters, your parents, that kind of thing?
I got another sister. Her name's Julie. I got a sister named Amy. My mom, Deborah. That's pretty much.
And then
I got all my nieces.
What's your niece's name? Do you remember?
Got Harley, Jazz, Kanae, Cash, Maya and Jada.
And is Deborah your mother?
That's my mom, yeah.
And for the most part, did your family grow up in North Carolina, where you're from, Lumberton, and
yes, sir.
Both of them still living out there?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Letecia Stauch is your sister.
Yes, sir.
And you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
A green sweater.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When we came down here in 2020.
So January 2020?
Yes, sir.
And so I want to talk about that a little bit. When you said you came out here, who came out here?
Me, my mom, and my Aunt Brenda.
And what's Brenda's last name?
Ackward.
What's your mom's last name?
Locklear.
Why'd you come out here?
We come out here to help support Tisha because we felt like she was being wrongly accused for something that we believe she would never do.
And so I'm sorry, go ahead.
We also wanted to come out here and help look for him. We did.
Go ahead and take a deep breath, all right? You let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
So you wanted to come out and help. You refer to her as Tisha?
Mm-hmm.
And you also wanted to look for Gannon?
Yes, sir.
So do you remember when you came out?
January 31st, I think. 30th. It was late January. It was about to be February because my mom's birthday was that weekend or something, that next week.
And why particularly did you come out?
Because I knew my mom was going to come out here.
You wanted to support your mom?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it January 30th of 2020 when you all flew out here?
I believe so.
Where did you fly to? Do you remember?
Denver.
You got to Denver. What did you do?
Went looking for her and Harley.
Rent a car?
Yeah, we rented a car from the airport.
Did your Aunt Brenda Awkward rent the car?
Yes, sir.
And did she pay for you all to come out here?
Yes, sir.
And
Mr. Lowry, you're kind of soft-spoken at times. Could you put the microphone a little bit closer to you so the jurors can hear you a little better? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So when you get to Denver, your aunt rents a car. What was the game plan? What were you going to do?
Get Tisha and Harley, at least two around us.
And did they know you all were coming out?
Yeah.
And so do you recall renting a Nissan Altima?
I think so.
You drive down to Colorado Springs, I assume?
Yeah.
Who was driving? Do you remember? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aunt Brenda.
And so what happens when you get to Colorado Springs? Where do you go?
Like a shopping center. Because that's where we found them at.
Were you guys talking to them on your way down?
Yeah, when we was looking for them.
And so would this be a shopping center kind of on the north side of town next to a Marshall's department store?
Yeah, there was a Marshall's there.
And did they tell you why they were, let me ask you this, did the defendant, Tisha, tell you why they were at the Marshall store?
She didn't tell us why, not that I can remember.
Did she tell you whether or not she had an interaction with some police officers?
Yes, sir.
And you have to kind of wait till I finish asking the question because she's typing everything down we say, okay? So what did she tell you happened prior to you getting there?
That the laws had thrown her down and detained her.
Say anything about Harley?
Yes, Harley. They said also Harley.
That upset you?
Yes, it did.
So where did you go after you went to this Marshall's parking lot area to pick them up?
I went and got a hotel.
And do you remember the name of the hotel?
No.
Does the extended suites sound familiar?
Yeah, extended suites.
So what happened when you got to the extended suites?
That was when they was discussing wanting to get their stuff back, like get their belongings.
And who was discussing that?
Letecia.
Once you picked up the defendant and her daughter Harley, who was kind of calling the shots as to what you were going to do and where you're going to go and things like that?
I don't really know.
Well,
I'm type, like I said, I'm the type of person that likes just stand in the corner and wait until they just tell me what they want to do.
You're just there to help.
I'm just there.
So how many rooms did you end up getting at the extended suites?
I can't remember.
Did you spend the night there that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember who was in your room?
I know my mom was. I believe Aunt Brenda was with us. I can't remember if we had just one room or two rooms.
Okay. Well, was Harley and your sister, the defendant, in the room with you?
We was around each other most of the time. Like all of us was together most of the time.
Okay. And so you mentioned earlier that the defendant was talking about wanting to get her stuff back. What did you do the next morning to do that?
We rented a van.
And who rented the van?
Aunt Brenda.
So Brenda Awkward rents, what kind of van did she rent?
Like a cargo van, I guess you would say.
And so did all of you go to rent the van?
I don't know if all of us went or not. I believe we did.
So it's you, your mother, Deborah, Brenda Awkward, Harley, and the defendant, Letecia. Where do you go?
I know at one point she tried to go to the police station and get her pocketbook and stuff like that.
Tell the jury about that. Where exactly did she go? And you probably don't know Colorado Springs very well, I would imagine, right? So did she tell you she's going to the police department? And did you actually go to the police department?
Yeah, we went to the police department.
And did she go in to try to get her belongings back that was taken?
Yeah, she did.
You know whether or not she got those items?
I can't remember.
So where do you go from the police department?
I think that's when we went to their house to get their clothes and stuff.
So this would have been January 31st now, 2020?
I believe so.
The next morning?
That Friday.
So what happens when you get to her house?
We just started loading up the clothes and stuff that's coming out of the house.
Were there police officers there?
Yes, sir.
What were the police officers doing?
They was checking everything we brought out.
How were they checking it?
Like looking in the bags and I guess just making sure there wasn't nothing that wasn't supposed to be there.
And how did you feel about being at the residence that morning?
Just aggravated.
And why were you aggravated?
Because I felt like we was getting looked at as criminals.
Is that because they were looking at your sister as a criminal?
No, they was looking at our whole family. It wasn't just her.
And so what kind of things did you guys get out of the house? Do you remember?
Suitcases and clothes, that's all I can remember.
Was it all the Harley's clothes and all of your sister's clothes?
Yes, sir.
What was the game plan? I mean, where were you going to move those clothes?
They got their dogs too.
What was the plan on where you were going to go with all the clothes and things? You know?
But I know when she got it, she was ready to leave. She was ready to leave.
And did she tell you where she was ready to leave to?
I thought it was South Carolina.
And is that where she moved out to Colorado from, is South Carolina?
I don't think that's where she moved out to Colorado from.
Well, did she live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for a while?
Yes, sir.
Is that where she was planning on going back to?
That's what I thought.
Is that what she told you?
That's what I can remember.
So how long did it take to load up all her and Harley's things into this cargo van?
I can't remember. Over an hour, I guess.
So what happens after you get the van loaded?
We leave and go back to the room, I believe.
Do you remember whether or not your sister had an interview with a news reporter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that come about?
I don't know how that happened. I just know she just had an interview with him.
And did she tell you why? I mean, was anybody talking to her about doing this? Or?
I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't.
Whose idea was it to have a interview with a news reporter?
I don't know.
Foundation. Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
So when you went to the house, I'm assuming you went in the cargo van. Did you also take the Nissan Altima that was?
Yeah, the Nissan was with us.
Who was driving which vehicle?
I think I was driving the van, and I think Brenda was on the Nissan.
And what vehicle was your sister the defendant in?
Say that again.
What vehicle was your sister in, the defendant? Do you remember?
No. I don't remember.
You know, we'll go on to that. So she does an interview with a news reporter. What do you do after that?
I just know we left. I don't remember where we went.
Did you eventually go back to the
We went
hotel?
back, yeah.
Do you remember about what time of day it was?
No.
Go back to the hotel room, and what do you do when you get back to the hotel room?
I know we mentioned something about wanting to go look for him. Because me and my mama, we wanted to go help look for him.
Tell us about that conversation.
Well, we wanted to go. She said she would get up with Albert, find out like when they're going to go out and look for him again or whatever. But we wanted to go, but at the same time, we kind of didn't because we didn't feel like we was getting treated right down here.
Is that because of what happened at the house earlier?
Yeah.
When you first got to Colorado, did you have conversations with your sister about, hey, we got to go out and look for Gannon. We got to go search for
him. We asked if they had any idea where he was at and stuff. I mean, that's about all we asked her.
And did you all ever go search for Gannon?
No, we didn't.
Did she ever say, hey, we got to go look for Gannon?
I mean, she told us that we could. That's all she told us. Like she said, we'd get up with Al and talk to him about it.
She never did. When you get back to the hotel room back on January 31st of 2020, did the defendant leave you all and go somewhere by herself?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did she tell you where she was going?
Go get some dog food for their dogs.
Do you know what vehicle she took?
The Nissan.
The Altima?
Yes, sir.
And how long was she gone?
A while.
Hour?
I can't remember that. I just know she was gone longer than what I expected.
Was it 2 hours?
I don't know.
You remember sitting around the hotel room wondering where she's at and when she's getting back, that kind of thing?
Well, I did get on the phone with my wife, and I did tell my wife I feel like she's just been gone too long. But
say that
because she was gone for a long time. Like I can't remember how long she was gone, but I didn't expect her to take that long. But then a part of me was like, well, maybe she's just trying to take her a minute by herself. So.
Did anyone try to call her and say, hey, where are you? What's going on here?
No, not that I can remember.
Does she eventually come back?
Yeah.
Tell us about that. What happens when she gets back?
I don't know. She came back and she was normal to me.
Did she have any dog food or any items for the dogs?
She had some. She came back with some stuff, like she bought something, but I can't remember.
So earlier you had mentioned that she wanted to go back to South Carolina. What was the plan with the cargo van? Was she going to take the cargo van that Brenda Awkward rented to go back to South Carolina?
I don't know if she was going to take that one because Aunt Brenda wouldn't. I doubt Aunt Brenda was going to let her. I believe Aunt Brenda told her she had to get another van.
And so the next morning, we're now on February 1st, 2020. Did you help her get a new van?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What did you and your sister do to get a new van?
We went and drove to the budget place. We got another van, and we got the van. We unloaded all the stuff from out of the van into the other van.
So was that in the early morning hours?
I believe so.
Do you know about what time it was? Is that the first thing you did on February 1st?
I can't remember.
So when you get to the budget area, did you know that you were going to transfer things from one van to another when you got there?
Yeah.
So did you talk about that on the way to the budget rental van?
Yeah.
So talk to the jury about that. How did you guys go about doing that, moving the items from one van to another?
We just went around to the side of the budget place, and we just backed the vans up and just swapped them out.
During that process, did you see the defendant with a rather large suitcase?
Yes, sir. I seen her with a lot of suitcases. Well, there was a lot of suitcases on there.
Was there one that kind of stood out to you?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. Why did it stand out to you?
Because it looked like she was struggling with it.
Did you offer to help her?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She didn't need help.
Did you ask her what's in the suitcase?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She told me it was softball stuff.
Why'd you ask her what's in the suitcase?
I didn't feel right about it.
What about that suitcase didn't make you feel right?
I just felt like it was too heavy for her.
You know, at this time, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 48. It's already been admitted into evidence.
Go ahead.
You recognize that suitcase we see on the TV screen?
Yep.
How do you recognize that suitcase?
It's an old suitcase. And I remember that suitcase looked old, and it's green.
Is that the suitcase you saw your sister putting into the budget van?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase you asked her about what's in it?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase you didn't feel right about?
Yep.
That suitcase you told you is softball equipment.
Yep.
Thank you. Take that down.
Oh my goodness.
So what happens after you get everything loaded into the budget van from your aunt's rental van?
At that point, we was ready to go home.
And did you drive Brenda Awkward's van back? And did Miss Stauch, your sister, drive the budget van?
I can't remember if we turned that van in there at that place or if we had to turn it in somewhere else. But I mean, I had to drive one of them because it was just me and her.
So do you eventually turn back? It's an enterprise van, right? Is that where you rented the van that Brenda Awkward rented?
I think, yeah.
Did you take that van back?
Yeah, we took it back. I think we took it back later on that day.
And did you take the Nissan Altima back to Denver to catch your flight?
Yep.
What did the defendant tell you where she was going to go?
I don't think I can remember. I don't remember. The only thing I can remember is her saying something about going back to Myrtle Beach.
And did she leave with Harley?
Yeah, her and Harley left.
Did they leave from the hotel?
I can't remember where we split up at. I can't remember where we...
But did your sister have to go back to the hotel to pick up Harley?
Yep. I think so.
And is that the last time you saw your sister until today?
Yep.
How much older is your sister than you?
14 years.
You known her your whole life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an idea about the family background? How often would you see her as you were growing up, that kind of thing?
She come to, like, holidays, came around on holidays.
Where would you guys meet? In North Carolina?
She'd either come down here or go down there, or we might have went to the beach and seen her.
Had you gone to Myrtle Beach on a few occasions to hang out with Harley?
Yeah, me and her. I used to go down there and stay with them. We'd go to the water park, stuff like that on the weekends.
Can you let the jury know who your father is?
James Lowry.
And would that have been your sister's stepfather?
Yes, sir.
Is your dad still alive?
No, sir.
You know when he died?
My 7th birthday. 2004.
Do you know the circumstances on how he died?
Got hit by a car.
Was he walking out in the street? And
I don't know if he was. I don't think he was on the street. I think he was on the side of the road.
do you know anything about the relationship between your father and your sister, Letecia Stauch?
No, sir.
Had your sister ever told you anything unusual between the relationship between your father and her?
No, sir.
If there had been something unusual, do you think you would have heard about it?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because, I mean, pretty sure my mom would have said something.
And your mother, Deborah, was she, well, what kind of mom was she?
She was a great mom to me.
What do you say to me?
I'm just saying that I had no problem with my mama.
Was she very
I
protective?
think none of us should have a problem with my mama.
Was she very protective of the kids?
Yes, sir.
Including Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
On these occasions that you spent with your sister, did you have an opportunity to see her interact with other people and make decisions and go through everyday life?
Yeah.
Had you ever known her to have a serious mental illness?
I know of. I mean, the only thing we always said she probably had was that she was OCD. That was it.
Is that obsessive compulsive disorder?
Well, we used it as excessive cleaning disorder. Like she had to keep stuff clean.
Go ahead and object to the reference of testify as to what he saw and observed, but I'm objecting to him testifying regarding.
That's fair. Mr. Lowry, just talk about what you think as opposed to what all of you thought. So if you think it, it's fine. And just say, this is what I thought based on your contacts with her. Okay. Mr. Young?
Do you understand that? I mean, you good with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned that she had OCD. Why do you say that?
She liked to keep stuff in a particular spot. She liked to keep everything clean.
But when you're around her, would you make sure that things remain clean? Because she may want to, might say something to you?
Yep.
Was she the same with Harley?
She was the same with everybody like that, as far as I know.
Anything unusual about that?
No. That's normal to me.
You know other people like that?
No.
Had you ever known her to use different names or identify herself by a different name?
I can't remember.
Do you ever remember her referring to herself as a person named Harmony?
I do know she didn't like her name, but I don't remember her calling herself Harmony.
Did she tell you why she didn't like her name?
No.
Do you ever remember her calling herself Jasmine?
No.
And you said you had a niece named Jasmine or Jazz?
Jaslyn.
Sorry?
Jaslyn.
And are you familiar whether or not your sister liked Disney movies?
I believe she did.
And are you familiar with the movie Aladdin?
Yeah.
You familiar with a character named Jasmine in that movie?
Yes, sir.
Who's Jasmine in that movie?
The princess.
Do you ever remember her talking in a Spanish accent?
No.
You ever seen her in a stressful situation?
No.
How about when you came to Colorado?
Yeah.
During the entire time you're in Colorado with her, had you ever seen her speak in a Spanish accent?
No.
Have you ever heard her refer to herself as Maria?
No.
Does Maria mean anything to you? That name?
No.
You have an opinion as to whether or not your sister has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Thought she did.
Why do you say that?
She's too smart.
Was your sister a really good athlete as well?
Yes, sir.
What kind of sports did she play?
Softball, basketball, baseball.
Was she more of a leader than a follower?
That's what I thought.
Never see her drive a vehicle, for instance.
Yes, sir.
Did she have the ability to stop at red lights, go when it turns green, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen her, have you witnessed her obey the law?
Yes, sir.
And is that throughout your entire life?
Yeah.
And is that for even when you were in Colorado?
I mean, we didn't ride with her. She didn't really drive around with us, but I mean, she acted funny the whole time we was down here, to be honest.
Tell us about that. Why was she acting funny?
She was, Seemed like she was stressed out about everything that was going on, looking over her shoulders. But I figured that was because of the laws was constantly coming after her.
You alluded to this earlier, but she had just been in handcuffs prior to you guys picking her up, right?
Yep.
And do you think that may have caused her to be a little bit paranoid about the police following her and things like that? What about her capacity to do things intentionally, perform intentional acts? Let's talk about the budget rental van. Did you see anything unusual about her ability to rent another van to go to South Carolina?
No.
Does she have the capacity to intend to do things?
Yeah.
Does she have the capacity to make decisions and use judgment and reflection in making those decisions?
Yeah.
What did you think when you heard that she pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
I believe that was the only way she did it at that time.
Did what?
What we're here for.
A moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Polini.
Let's look at
Mr.
Letecia's
Lowry?
mannerisms here.
I know this is difficult. And we've met before, correct? Remember I came and I saw you and your mom and everything in North Carolina. I want to go back just to the attorney's last question. You indicated she must have been when she did this. And what you're meaning is the Letecia that you know, the only way she could have done something so horrible if she had some type of mental break.
When everything first happened, and we found out that the little boy was found in the body, we found out where he was found. At that point, I knew she did it because when I seen that suitcase and asked her about it, she just acted funny to me. And yeah, I thought she might have snapped and went crazy.
Okay.
But now, no. No.
Okay. And talk Lumberton, you're from Lumberton, North Carolina, correct?
Yep.
And that's kind of a small, how big of Lumberton?
It's not that big.
A pretty small community?
Yeah.
And this case has got a national exposure.
Yep.
And it's got even more kind of exposure, in Lumberton
yep.
press is, picked up and followed this case pretty closely.
Yep.
And over the 3 years since this has happened, this has caused a lot of shame to come upon you and your family.
Yep.
It makes you feel like your own town, kind of like an outcast.
Yep.
Like everybody's looking and judging you.
Yep.
Like everybody's looking and judging your mom.
Yep.
And this is all your stepsister's fault.
No, she's not my stepsister.
You have different fathers, correct?
I mean, I don't consider that a stepsister. That's half.
Okay. This is all your half-sister's fault.
Yes.
And you're angry at her for it.
Yep.
When you were out in Colorado during this time, she was acting different than normal.
Yes, she was.
She was pacing up and down. She seemed highly paranoid.
Yep.
Your mother was concerned for her mental health.
Yep.
Did your mom, Brenda, and you all fly back together?
Yeah, me, my mom, and Aunt Brenda.
Okay. And you flew out of DIA?
Yeah.
Do you call her during that time in Colorado that you were with her being paranoid and believing there's a black BMW that was following her?
Yeah, she did do that.
Okay. Go back. You're actually named after your father? Middle name?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And my grandpa.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch was 16 when she moved out, correct?
I believe.
Okay. So she's 14 years older than you. That would mean you're only 2 years old when she moved out of the house.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So you never had any active memories of her with James or how James treated her?
No, sir.
And you said that she would come home from time to time, but she never came back to North Carolina, never came back to Lumberton to see you guys until after James died.
Not that I can't remember.
Okay. You indicated, let's go. I mean, I'm going to get into this, and I know you might not like it, but your dad, James Lowry, did have a drinking problem.
Yes, he did, as far as I know.
You would get drunk and you'd beat the piss out of your mom.
Yeah, as far as I know, yep.
Sometimes it'd be so bad that your mom would have to take all you kids to a hotel room till he sobered up.
Yep.
Sometimes your mom would have to go to work and James be the one watching after you kids. Correct?
Yep.
One time, James gave you so much alcohol that you passed out. Well, they went up to
overruled.
One time, James gave you so much alcohol that you passed out.
Yep.
And you were under, so if you passed when you were 7, you would have had to been, what, 4, 5, or 6?
When you asked
You passed out. Remember how old you were?
I was like 3.
Okay. You indicated that, or I think you said before, that she would sometimes freak out if something was out of place.
Yep.
Stauch. And also, do you recall that sometimes when Miss Stauch would come visit you or see you, sometimes she would leave you knives so you'd be able to protect yourself?
Yep, she did do that.
No further questions?
Great.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Tell us a little bit more about your dad. Was he in the armed forces?
Yep.
What branch?
Air Force.
And did he go to war?
I believe he did.
And did that create problems for him?
Yep.
Tell the jury about that. What changed with your dad when he got back from war?
All I know is my mom always told me when he stepped off that plane.
Hold on, just a moment. Yeah, sustained. You can talk about what you observed. You can't talk about what somebody else told you. Okay?
I mean, I can't really talk about him because I was 3 when they separated. I was 7 when he died.
That's all right.
Okay. That's okay. It's all right.
Now, earlier we talked about your mom being protective of the kids. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
If something was going on with your dad and the kids, what would your mom do?
She don't play about her kids. Something went on between. I don't know how she did Daddy, but I know if something went on between her and like her ex-boyfriends or whatever, and they wanted to come to us or say something to us, she didn't play about us. She protected us.
She protected you kids? Did she protect herself?
Yep.
Did you ever see her hit your dad?
I don't remember her hitting on. I don't remember. I can't remember much of my daddy because I was so young. But I know her boyfriend after my daddy, Greg, he would hit on her, and she would fight him back.
Did you want to be here today to testify?
Nope.
Did you get subpoenaed, and that's why you came out here?
Yep.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about insanity or some kind of mental break. And you said initially that's what you thought, but then you said now, no. What did you mean?
I just feel like it's too much got done for you to be saying that now, for her to be saying that.
Well, do you think when she was telling you that there's softball equipment in the suitcase, she knew right from wrong, had the capacity to form the intent to do things?
Yep.
Objection meeting overruled.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Lowry? Like we have one. Counsel, retrieve that question and approach, please.
We're going to switch to a different view here. Just 1 second. Nope, let's try this one. We're not allowed to show the actual discussion where the judge may be mouthing the words on the sidebar. Let's see. Let's take this one. Oh, we can't show that either because their faces are in there.
Mr. Lowry, do you remember where the green suitcase was retrieved from when you were getting the defendant's belongings at the house?
No.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution.
When was the first time you saw that green suitcase?
When we was moving to switching the vans.
Did you ever see it come out of the house when you guys are moving things out of the house into the first van?
No, not that I can remember.
Thanks, Jeff.
Defense.
Hey, Mac, I'm going to put you in timeout for the day.
Just watch your step.
Don't think your comments are appropriate.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, Josh Johnson.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't notice that was going on. I've been watching the testimony more than the chat. Mac needs a timeout.
Mr. Johnson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Right up here. It's okay. Everybody's a little confused first. Step right on up. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Ms. Gratiano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Joshua Johnson.
And in February of 2020, where were you employed?
Budget truck rental on Garden of the Gods Road.
And how long had you worked there?
At that time, like 15, 16 years.
Over the course of that 15, 16 years, how many cars, vans, et cetera, would you say that you've rented out?
Thousands.
And to be clear, what kind of company is Budget?
Oh, we rent moving trucks.
Okay. And do they come in all different sizes?
Yeah, they start out at little cargo vans, like what you see Amazon driving, all the way up to 26-foot trucks.
And what was your role while you were working with Budget?
I would rent the trucks, clean the trucks, check them in. That's about it.
Okay. And in terms of renting the trucks, can you break down kind of the initial process of renting to someone? What are the steps that you take?
Well, it comes in if they have a reservation. We would get their reservation out, check their driver's license, check the credit card, enter everything into the system, show them the vehicle, give them the keys, and then they're on their way.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned checking an ID. How is that generally presented by the person that reserved it, by the person who appears in front of you? How does that work?
Well, if the person who's renting it, they have to be there. So we check their driver's license and their credit card. If they have someone else driving it as well, we would check additional driver's licenses. But the person whose name's on the reservation has to be the one there at the beginning.
Okay. And on February 1st of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes.
And in terms of who is responsible for not only going over the paperwork, but ensuring that an identification is checked and appropriate signatures are obtained, whose role was that?
That was mine for that day.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 239, previously shown to the defense.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, if you can take a moment to review what I've handed you marked as People's Exhibit 239, it's pages 1 through 5. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with that.
This should be a pretty short witness with very little cross.
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 239?
Yeah, this is a budget rental contract with the insurance waiver and the damage inspection sheet.
And were you there when those pages were gone over with the person who rented that particular vehicle in the agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, and also I guess I should ask, would you say that that's an accurate representation of a copy of that agreement?
Yes. It has all the pages that would go on a rental agreement.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 239.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 239 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And if we can project, Your Honor, permission to publish as well.
You may.
Mr. Johnson, in front of you is a pointer.
Got the red handle.
It's an old school pointer. So you'll have to extend it.
If it comes off, it's okay.
You broke it.
All right. And we'll zoom through the exhibit, but I'll ask you to point out some different areas of the agreement because over 15 years of experience, you probably have this memorized. Where would the person's name who rented the vehicle, where does that appear on the first page of People's Exhibit 239?
Right up here under customer information.
Okay. And who is the rental of for that particular vehicle?
It says Letecia Stauch.
Okay. And you explained that part of your process is to verify somebody's identity through identification of some sort. Did that happen here?
Yes.
Do you know how you did that?
I asked for a driver's license and then the form of payment, which would have to match the driver's license.
And you mentioned that, but can we see that in the zoomed in portion of People's Exhibit 239? Can you point that out?
Yeah, right here it has the last four of the driver's license, the state it was issued in, and then the country it was issued in for the driver's license.
Okay, what state is that?
Looks like it's South Carolina, SB?
South Carolina. And you mentioned the budget rental location. Can you point out what address of the budget rental location of the store that you were working at?
Right up here, Palmer House Truck Rentals, 140 East Garden of the Gods Road.
Okay. And in terms of the reservation, do you have any idea when the reservation or at least the rental agreement formally took place? Do you have a date and time on this document?
Yeah, it was opened on February 1st, 2020 at 8:17 a.m. It doesn't say what day the reservation was made, but that's the day that we opened this contract.
Okay. So when, for example, the person identified themselves as Letecia Stauch with an identification card came to you at the store, would this have been approximate time for when this agreement was taking place?
Yeah, that would be when I hit the open agreement and typed in the reservation. Okay. And it starts at that moment.
All right. And if we could zoom out briefly. Mr. Johnson, can you now point out what the length of that rental agreement was reserved for, where that is?
Right here, the rental date out is actually at the bottom. It's the 1st of February 2020 to the 5th of February 2020 at 8:15.
All right. And in terms of identification of a truck, however large or small it is there a particular identification number that is given to each asset of budget?
Yeah. This one has the vehicle unit number that we have right here.
And we'll zoom in for you there.
Yeah. And it's 911739.
Great.
And then it also mentions the size up to the right a little bit.
Okay, well, and what was the size?
Cargo van, high roof. There at the top right under rental information. Yep, right there.
Okay. And we'll move on to the second page of that document. Now, Mr. Johnson, here, what is the second page of this rental agreement? What's the function of this page?
This is the actual contract, what they can and can't do. Mentions fueling up the truck at the beginning. It also explains late fees, drop-off fees, or if they were to use any of the budget Easy Pass items. And then they would sign for the rental right here.
And I know that you're facing the screen, so it's a little tricky, but if you wouldn't mind just making sure to project your voice just so the people, the jurors in the back, that's all right. The jurors in the back can hear you. Now, you explained that you go over the terms and conditions. Is that something that takes 15 seconds to do?
It's only a couple of minutes. It's actually not that hard to go over it because the main parts of it are they got to return the truck full of fuel for the top line. Then the next section is just a bunch of wording on they're waiving the right for insurance. And it explains which insurances they did not or did purchase. On this one, they didn't purchase any insurance.
Okay.
And then it goes down into drop-off fees, late fees, and the plate pass for toll roads. Fine, right there.
Now, throughout what we see in the second page of that agreement, there are various spots where initials can be placed.
Correct. 4 initials and then 1 signature from the customer.
Okay. And so in reading through that paragraph, it would be your job to make sure that the person is putting their initials at every appropriate spot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so as you're going through page 2 of that agreement, was that being done at every appropriate spot?
Yes.
We'll move on to page 3 of that agreement. All right. Now, Mr. Johnson, what is the function of this third page for the rental process?
This page is just showing all the late fees that could occur if it was not returned on time, if they went over on mileage, or any other additional fees that could accrue, which is located on the right side. And then the customer signature is there, and then the dealer initial for us is located on the left.
Okay, and we'll just zoom in a bit. So there's a number of different lines. Fair to say that there are various types of penalties that can accrue if you don't follow the terms of the agreement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And as you're going over that on this particular date, was that understood based on how you went through that agreement?
Yes.
You mentioned that there's on the bottom right side of the agreement, there's a signature that appears.
Yep, that is the customer signature that they understand all the possible fees and charges for any additional.
Okay. And we'll move on to page 4 of the agreement. Now, Mr. Johnson, here what we see on page 4, what's the function of this particular portion?
This is the insurance page showing that they're waiving all of the insurances. Various types, insurance for the truck, liability, roadside, and towing if they had any.
Okay.
And shows that they denied all of it, and then up here is our rental agreement and then insurance company and policy number of the person renting the truck.
Okay. And again, a little tricky, but just make sure that you keep your voice up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. So this actual document, the title of this document that we see on page 4 of the agreement, what is the title of this?
Personal Financial Responsibility Certificate.
And you mentioned insurance. How do you verify if that person that's renting the vehicle has insurance?
All they do is write their information there. And then budget, if anything happens, budget goes for that. We don't do it ourselves. We just go off of what the customer puts up there.
Okay. So in terms of understanding financial responsibility in renting this particular vehicle, was there anything that was left unclear during this rental process on that day?
They sign at the bottom once they've gone through all of this.
And on that particular day, for the person that rented this vehicle known as Letecia Stauch, were there any questions about the financial responsibility she was undertaking that day?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And we'll move on to the last page of that agreement. May have to rotate this one. So it's a little clear for you to read. There we go. Thank you. Right. Now, this is the last page of that agreement. Mr. Johnson, what is the function of this fifth and last page?
This is just to show the damages of the truck as we rented it, so that when it gets to the other location, we have a record of what it looked like before and or after if something were to have occurred. Also includes the mileage of the vehicle when we rent it.
Now, in terms of assessing the damage, is that done only by you, or is that done with the renter as well?
That's done with us. We check it all when it comes in and then mark it all. This one just looks like it just had some typical light scraping, like it brushed against a tree. No actual physical damage to it at all.
Okay. And in terms of acknowledging any sort of defects in that particular rental vehicle, whose signature appears in the middle of that page?
We're talking this one or down here?
We'll start with the first spot.
That one is budget rep initial, so that would be mine.
Okay.
Looks like whoever rented it also accidentally initialed there, which is common. And then this is the renter signature and then the date.
Okay. Thank you. You can turn around. Throughout this process, as you were renting this vehicle, you had an opportunity to interact with the person that identified themselves.
Correct.
Okay. And how did that person identify themselves? By what name?
Letecia Stauch.
Okay. And would you recognize that person if they were here today in court?
Probably not, due to the number of trucks I'd rented before and or after it.
And the number of years that have passed?
Yes.
Okay. Throughout that interaction that you had with the person that identified themselves as Letecia Stauch, was there any uncertainty that you had based on renting cars as to whether or not they understood the rules and conditions that applied?
No, I had no concerns with that. Everything seemed pretty normal.
Okay. Had you ever experienced a time where you didn't feel comfortable renting out a car to someone?
Yeah, I had customers that have come in and can smell alcohol on their breath, so we didn't rent them their vehicle that day.
Okay. And in terms of having general concerns about whether or not they understood the agreement, would you have stopped that process at that time?
If there were any issues like that, like concerns that I would have for it, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the responsibility that you undertook as a representative of budget on February 1st of 2020, did you have any concerns as to whether or not the person that presented themselves as Letecia Stauch understood the terms of that rental agreement?
I had no concerns with that, no.
As we went through People's Exhibit 239, there were a number of initials and signatures that appeared on that document.
Correct.
Were those initials and signature consistent with the same person?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that name?
Letecia Stauch.
And the initials that we would have seen that you've gone through throughout that document, were those initials consistent as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Probably
Looks like
not.
we have one.
One? Okay.
You would retrieve that and counsel approach, please.
Okay, we have to switch to a different view. Let's take, which one do we have? Let's take this view maybe. All right. Wow, a lot of testimony involving the suitcase today, and incredibly powerful testimony from Dakota, from Letecia's brother. This is new information for me. I was not aware that that he helped transfer the gear from the first rental vehicle to the second rental vehicle, and he was there and saw her move the suitcase that Gannon's body was in from one van to the other van, and saw it was heavy, saw that she was struggling with it, asked to help, and she said no, I've got it type thing, and it was.
Mr. Johnson, when was the budget rental van reservation made? On what date?
We don't have that information on here. It just shows the day that they picked up the truck that they had reserved.
Where was the van to be turned in on February 5 of 2020?
It was due in Grapevine, Texas, on East Dallas Road.
And was this a local rental or a one-way rental?
It was a one-way.
Right.
Pick up here and drop off in Texas.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution.
Good questions. Yeah, I'm
Mr.
impressed.
Johnson, you just explained the drop-off location.
Correct.
Who selects that location?
They do when they reserve it, unless they come in without a reservation.
And is there another opportunity for them to drop off that vehicle at other locations?
Typically what budget has is if you're dropping off like in one city, as long as it's within like 50 miles of the original location, it can be dropped off there with no additional fees or charges.
And if a renter chooses to drop that off at a different location, all those penalties, fines, surcharges, et cetera, may come into play at that point?
Correct. And there could also be additional, like if you're dropping it off 1,000 miles from where it's supposed to, they would charge additional costs based on distance.
Thanks.
No other questions?
Mr. Cook?
Any follow-up?
Can you tell, or do you know where the truck was ultimately dropped off?
Not from this paperwork. Budget would actually have to give the log for it, but I don't have that here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of people are asking about why Dakota may have, or
Prosecution, call your next witness.
if Dakota may have
hold on.
noticed.
Counsel approach, please.
Okay, we got another sidebar, which means we have to switch videos here. If Dakota would have noticed the smell from the suitcase with the body having been dead for several days, this is in the end of January.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
In Colorado, sorry.
Call Sergeant Roy Ditzler.
And it was, and the average temperature was like 12 degrees low to 38 degrees high or something like that. So the body was most likely almost in the
Sergeant
deep
Ditzler, if you would
freeze.
step forward, raise your right hand, please, sir.
And if wrapped
Do you
in
swear or
blankets.
affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Because she disposed of the body outdoors, and so it probably froze initially, and
Morning.
was
Morning,
cold
sir.
for a while there.
Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Yes, my name is Roy A. Ditzler, Ditzler.
What's your occupation?
I am a sergeant with the Colorado Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with the Colorado Springs Police Department?
February of this year was 21 years for me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
What are your current duties?
Currently, as of mid to late January, I was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration Task Force, which investigates drug organizations, large-scale drug organizations.
Sounds pretty exciting, but we're not going to talk about that now. Let's talk about what you were doing back in January of 2020.
Yes, January of 2020, I was assigned to Colorado Springs Police Department's Metro Vice Intelligence Task Force, or unit, and I was the supervisor of the intelligence unit.
And what does the intelligence unit do?
So I was responsible for coordinating and allocating resources for undercover operations, surveillance activity, conducting investigations that involve threats to city government entities, law enforcement entities, domestic terrorism incidents. I was also assigned as a joint terrorism task force officer with the FBI at that time.
Back on January 31st of 2020, were you asked to assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, I was. I was asked by my lieutenant at the time, John Koch, to reach out and contact Detective Abinsham with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I was informed that he needed assistance or assets from our division for surveillance activity.
Were you also asked to place a GPS device on a vehicle?
Yes, sir. As part of that surveillance activity, I was asked to affix a GPS tracker to a vehicle. Yes, sir.
And what is a GPS tracker?
GPS tracker is like a magnetic device. They vary in sizes, but you affix them to the undercarriage of a vehicle. They can be affixed or to various types of property, but in this case specific, it was going to be affixed to a vehicle. So the magnet affixes or attaches to a metal property under the undercarriage of the vehicle. They vary in sizes. They could be 1 inch by 1 inch. They could be 3 inches by 4 inches. And they really just look like a piece of thin rubber that covers the actual magnet itself, and it operates with a GPS.
And why were you asked to come in to do that? Is there a technique or plan on installing these GPS devices on vehicles?
Yes, well, as being assigned or part of being assigned to Metro VNI, we oftentimes get tasked with placing those trackers, GPS devices on vehicles or property. It's a bit of a specialized detail. I've provided training to detectives at the division on proper installation and how to use those devices. Once they're affixed, the application that you can use on your phone or a computer to track the said item that you affix the tracker to, you can place geofences around a certain area that you want to receive alert or notification on if a vehicle is going to move and it moves out of a certain area. You might receive a notification to your phone or to your computer letting you know that it was moving.
Sounds like there's various ways to use this device and monitor the movement of the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Is there also is covertness to it? Do you want the person who owns the vehicle to know that you're placing this GPS device on it?
No, sir.
And why is that?
Well, one of the reasons that you may use a GPS tracker as an investigative technique is to minimize exposure or the chance that the person you're trying to surveil may find out or figure out that you're actually surveilling them. They may see you affixing a tracker. They may see the same vehicles passing by multiple times, and that could compromise an investigation. So you want to use techniques and tactics to use undercover methods to even install the tracker.
So what information did you receive on January 31st of 2020 to go through this process of the surveillance and installation of the GPS tracker?
So Detective Abenshan requested that Metro VNI units and myself respond out to 6627 Mandan Drive out in the county of El Paso, which was Letecia Stauch's residence. Deputies had been on scene conducting a keep the peace investigation, and he informed me that he wanted surveillance to be conducted on a vehicle associated to Letecia Stauch. That vehicle was described as a 2020 silver Nissan sedan and Altima, and that there was a secondary vehicle also associated at the time, and that was a white Ford van.
And was one of the things you wanted to do is to see whether or not this vehicle might lead to the whereabouts of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
So talk to us about when you get out to 6627 Mandan Drive, what do you see going on?
Well, the first units to arrive out there arrived at about 11:30 in the morning, and Detective Reeder, was the first detective to place what we would call an eyeball. He was the primary eye, the one responsible for relaying initial information about activity going on at the house, when the specific vehicle that we're watching was moving, the occupants that were inside that vehicle. So that information could be aired out over the radio, so we could adjust our surveillance assets to follow that vehicle away from the house. It was reported to me that Letecia Stauch and her daughter, Miss Hunt, were loading up belongings from the house into the vehicles.
And did you see that when you got to that residence?
I did not. I was set up for a takeaway location, so I did not have a visual on the residence.
And how many vehicles are we talking about that are part of this surveillance team?
Well, I requested numerous assets from the 40s team. The 40s is a street level narcotics team that usually consists back then was like 6 to 7 personnel. They're no longer in existence. And I requested assistance from the 50s. The 50s is another street level narcotics team. Again, the same number of personnel assigned, and requested assets from the 80s, who is also a street level narcotics team. However, their focus is marijuana. They were a slightly larger team. Reason I asked for so many assets to respond out there, who actually didn't, or not all of those assets arrived until later on in the surveillance operation when we were downtown, is because it's difficult to account for one vehicle, a primary vehicle, let alone 2 vehicles, setting up enough takeaways to be able to follow somebody away. If somebody gets out on foot, the subject that you're surveilling gets out on foot and is going into businesses, or you want to follow them around in a particular area, to send a resource out there to do that is pretty taxing. So just with the time frame of the activity being around the downtown area, we reached the downtown area around 1500 hours, and we all know, if you're familiar with Colorado Springs, in the downtown it gets pretty busy. You start dealing with rush hour traffic. We don't know where an individual may or may not go, so it becomes very taxing to maintain surveillance, at least until you can affix the GPS tracker, which Detective Abenshand had informed me he was applying to the court for the issuance of a search warrant so that we could do that.
I'm assuming that you're all in undercover vehicles and you're in an undercover capacity. You're not wearing police uniforms, that kind of thing.
That is correct.
So who did you follow? Who did you start your surveillance on starting at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Well, I was part of the pack, if you will. I didn't really get close to the target vehicle until we left the neighborhood of 6627 Mandan Drive, until we got to the downtown area around East Kiowa and North Tejon Avenue. It was at that point that I actually had to make a move and get close enough to the vehicle, because we didn't know if they were going to, whoever was driving the silver sedan was going to actually park downtown, continue through downtown. So I just ended up being in a good position at that intersection to watch Letecia Stauch and her daughter exit the vehicle at the intersection and walk northbound on Tejon. And then the vehicle continued through the intersection and parked just to the east of that intersection, where I relayed that information to other units who picked up or maintained an eye of that vehicle, so to say.
And so which vehicle are we talking about?
At that point, it was the silver Nissan Altima sedan.
And did you have photos, or did you know who Letecia Stauch was and who Harley Hunt was before you began this surveillance?
Yes, that information was relayed by Detective Abenshand, I believe, at the onset of that investigation.
So you said you were downtown around 1500 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon on the 31st?
Yes, sir.
What happens after they stop the car and you said the defendant and her daughter get out of the car?
It looked like they were walking towards the Rutledges, about the 100 block of North Tejon. Just was unable to maintain that eye to see where in fact they had walked to, but we were able to maintain an eye, a constant eye on the vehicle that they had exited, which was the Nissan. So we just took up continued surveillance positions in that area for the takeaways, because the white Ford van had also parked close by in the vicinity. I don't remember the exact area, but we kept an eye on both of those vehicles.
Where did the Nissan Altima ultimately go? And did you track it? What direction did it go and that kind of thing?
So eventually, The occupants all come back from whatever store they were in or whatever area. I couldn't tell you what store they might have went into, but Letecia and her daughter come back to the silver Nissan. They meet up with the occupants of the white van temporarily, and then both vehicles go mobile again. We continue our surveillance, ultimately ending at 5855 Corporate Drive, which is the Extended Stay America Hotel on the north side of Colorado Springs up by Woodman. I guess would be a major intersection that you might be familiar with. The vehicle parked in there, nosed into a parking space. And about that same time, I received my information from Detective Abenshan that the search warrant had been signed and that we could go ahead and affix the GPS tracker. And somehow I ended up with the tracker at the time. So we just came up with what I would describe as a hasty ruse to conceal our efforts to affix the tracker. And what do I mean by that? Simply just put another vehicle in front of the silver Nissan, popped the hood, made it look like there was a mechanical problem. And that's to afford a little bit of concealability because of where the vehicle was parked. You definitely don't want somebody from the hotel seeing what's going on, or you're the intended person that you're actually surveilling to walk out of the business and see what's going on. So while the hood's popped and the car's blocking the Nissan, I crawled underneath and affixed the tracker to the vehicle.
And who drove the Nissan Altima, do you know, from 6627 to downtown, then downtown to the extended stay?
Cell phones off, please.
Do you know who was driving that Nissan Altima?
It was an unknown female reported by surveillance. I do not know the identity.
And so where did you place this GPS tracker physically on the car?
So interestingly enough, it was as you can see, I'm not a small guy and drawing the short straw, I guess. The Nissan was really a bit of a low profile vehicle. Ordinarily, if time afforded or time allowed, you'd want to really pull up the schematics and look at the undercarriage maybe on Google or the internet, right? And see what might be the best place. We didn't have that kind of time. If you don't have that kind of time, it's also beneficial to be able to crawl way up under that car and look at the undercarriage because you want to make sure you get a good seat with that magnet to the metal. None of that was a great option. I crawled as far under as I could and just was going by feel. Because there's areas of a vehicle you don't want to fix the tracker because it'll bounce off and you don't want to be that person. But I was able to get under there far enough to feel a good seat and then confirm that the tracker was affixed properly and that a ping or that the system was operating properly from Detective Abenshan.
Did you have anything to do with the frequency of the GPS hits that the tracker would get back to the sheriff's office?
No, that would be set by the lead investigator or whoever wrote the search warrant for that.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
No.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Dietzler? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in place and ready to go at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so some very interesting testimony today. We're going to see if they have any work to do right now before they take a break, which looks like a little bit of longer break. Let's see, almost 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes. Let's see if they've got anything to go over yet. Possibly new witness list or their schedule for the afternoon.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything you need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
And when they're in recess, the cameras go off. We're going to give it just a minute for everyone to disappear. There goes the judge. That's our audio. The audio comes in on the judge's channel, and there's the rest. Okay. So we will be back with that as soon as it's available. As far as a recap, well, first of all, thanks to all the new members. And additional, there were some gifted memberships that were handed out there as well. Congratulations to the new members. It looks like Philip was the last one to give a membership, and that one went to Hetch O'Shaughnessy. Hetch, I don't know how to say your last name. It sounds Irish, if I didn't know any better. But welcome, congratulations. Breezy as well was the last member to join. Appreciate those new memberships. You guys are amazing. Thank you for your support. I think the biggest testimony, the most impactful testimony of today was Dakota, Letecia's brother, younger brother. We learned a lot about him. Probably the most remarkable moment was immediately prior to him actually being questioned, his testimony, where he first took the stand, was sworn in, sits down on that and looks at Letecia for the first time since he flew out to help with the search and to help with her back in 2020, the end of January, and looks at her for the first time and just can't contain it and says, "Why, Letecia? Why?" And the pain in his voice as he says this, and it just breaks down, and Letecia is a stone wall. There's nothing. It's just the same look with her hand up that we had at the beginning, and just unbelievable. That you can tell the heartache and the pain that he's feeling, and the absolute lack of reaction on her side. The jury at that point was asked to leave as he calms down. The judge very gently sort of explains the process and says, "Look, we need you to answer questions. This isn't, he can't do that." Basically, he doesn't really reprimand him, although possibly he should have. It's hard to be in that place where you clearly got a victim, a family member who did nothing to be in this situation, who had their life turned upside down and in ways destroyed because of the actions of another, and have and be saying, "Hey, you're in the wrong here. You can't do that." In the moment in the court, it was wrong for him for that outburst. That's why the court system works the way it does, and he answers questions, and it's all It follows a process for a reason. And in this case, I'm surprised the judge didn't instruct the jury to disregard the outburst as impactful as it was. So we've got that. But he gave incredible, very heart-wrenching testimony about everything that he was asked, about growing up, about losing his father to a car accident when he was 7, about his father being an alcoholic. The line of questioning that was introduced but was not allowed to be pursued towards the end of the testimony was specifically about his father's service in the military, and how that changed him, and how you heard he was starting to say that my mom says that when he stepped off that plane, and you know what comes next, he's saying that it was a different person, but that would be hearsay. This isn't his own experience. This is his mom sharing that. So if that testimony is going to be admitted, it's going to come through another person, because Dakota can't attest to that of himself. I think Lisa says, "I think the judge was really understanding and handles it really well. Seems like a great guy, very compassionate and observant." I do love this judge. He does a fantastic job, and he's got that buttery smooth voice as well. Let's see. I realize we've got a lot of people in chat. I do ask that we try to keep our comments as relevant as possible. When there are so many people in chat, if everyone just types because they can, it takes up a lot of space, and chat gets hard to follow. Even when we're on slow mode, which we are right now, that's not a punishment to anyone. Slow mode is so we can see your chat before it flies up off the screen because of everyone else's comments. We want to be able to read your chat. I want to see your questions and interact and understand how you're observing this. So please don't be offended that we've turned slow mode on. That's so that we can better read the chat as it goes by. It does make it a little harder to talk, unfortunately, because of the delay. Meg, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate that. I'm looking. You're giving a kiss to something. What is the picture? I'm curious. What your profile picture is there. Welcome, Meg. Good to have you here. Let's see. The Recovery Act defense could have requested the jury to disregard, and they didn't do that either. Yes, so they didn't really preserve the record as far as if that's something that was like appealable, which I don't know if it would be, but they probably had an opportunity there to object that they didn't do. Okay. Soon to me more. Matthew Harris gives out can koozies on a regular basis. Mine is keeping my third water bottle nice and cool right here. There it is. So be on the lookout if he says more free can koozies. He really means free can koozies. He mails them out all over. Unfortunately, just the U.S. Shipping something overseas gets a little expensive. There's a lot of questions about the suitcase and about the smell of the suitcase, possibly with a decomposing body in it. The testimony I think that was most impactful, yes, there was a possibility that the body was frozen because it was dumped outside in January in Colorado, which is a very cold environment. So there's a possibility the body was frozen, and then if even wrapped in blankets in the suitcase, it would stay frozen for a longer period of time. So that would minimize the smell. But I think the most impactful testimony is what we heard from the bridge worker early on in the case or in the trial, when he testified that there was no smell at all until they opened the suitcase. So that's probably most telling. It was probably a very tight seal, just depending on the type of suitcase. Not every suitcase is a cloth suitcase with a zipper. I mean, I have some that breathe very well, and there are others that are more clamshell or harder that have more of an airtight seal. And I think that's what it was. Okay. He let out an excited utterance of why Letecia, like why did she do it? Yes, Brooklyn. That was most impactful for Dakota. Just the heartbreak, and it seemed like at the end of his testimony that he was going to say, "Yeah, I thought she was crazy. She must have snapped to do this. You know, how could she do this?" And defense jumped on that and trying to sort of highlight that, but he finished in saying, "I thought that, but now, no, not anymore. I don't think that's the case." So they sort of thought they had a little softball pitch there that they could cling on to, but it sort of went the other way for them. Red Pen says, "I missed the whole morning. What happened?" The most impactful thing, Red Pen, is the Dakota's testimony. I think we heard more about the rental van, about that being. Sounds are turned on. Let's see, Meg. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you doing that. Let me know if there's any comment or question you specifically want answered. I'd be happy to do that. It's a green parrot. In Meg's. Let's see. All right, I see it now. Okay, thank you.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. The sound effects are turned on right now. Those who are new to the channel, during the breaks, we do have some sound effects that you can trigger using commands in chat. They're generally as well. Like that. They're generally audio bites from previous court cases that we followed, or maybe arraignments, or a couple of movies that we like that have played a part in the months of live streaming that we've done together. So that's what you're hearing as far as the sounds.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Yes, that was Judge Manning. That's Daryl Brooks. We've got quite a few sound effects going.
I'm not
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Tanya. Yes, I need to turn off that party horn sound. That was because we reached 12,000 subscribers yesterday. It happened during testimony, and we have the sound effects turned off during testimony so as to not distract from what we hear during court. But it's on right now. I'll turn it off again, although for the record. Lots of laughter there. Let's see. We are squirrel moment. My computer's going very slowly. Wait for it.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Okay, let's see what other questions we have. YouTube is not updating for me. I don't know why. Okay. Let me check my other device. If you've got a question here, please do what Tanya did right here and highlight me in the question. I'll try to pick those questions out. I'll assume some of the ones that don't highlight me are probably discussion amongst yourselves, and I'll try not to inject myself in your conversation that way. May as well leave the party command on. 12K is near. It's going fast, Tony. It's been a crazy time.
Like Murdoch stole it.
Do you have the movie quote, "You can't handle the truth"? I'd love that one. Let's see. I thought I had that earlier at one point. Let's see. I've got. Is this it?
That's literally not true.
No, that's a different one. That's not true. I don't have that one right now. We'll have to look for that one. Hope says, how long after Gannon was reported missing that she was doing that renting van thing with her brother and family? I must have missed the dates. It's a few days. I think it was roughly 4. Does that sound right? The fairly early on, Gannon's body is transported, I believe, using the rental car from the house, from the garage, wherever it was in the house, out into the boonies, the outdoors, there north of town or something. Then a few days later, it's picked up, and we heard that Letecia, when she went out to get dog food, that was most likely the time when she went out to pick up the suitcase, and it was added to all the suitcases in the rental van that they were moving to South Carolina, which apparently they told the rental company they were moving to Texas. So it was part of that. The van, Letecia found out that she was not going to be able to use that van to drive all the way to South Carolina, that her aunt wanted to rent a different one, so they swapped vans. Her brother went with her. They backed the vans up, and they swapped all the gear. Her brother saw the suitcase that had Gannon's body in it, and was helping her move stuff, and noticed that one was extremely heavy, and that he was going to help Letecia with it. She's like, no, I've got it, type thing. Didn't want him to pick up the suitcase. She was lugging it. He's like, something's weird. Something's not right, because that suitcase looks really heavy. He even asked her what was in it, and she said softball stuff. But so she moved the suitcase. He did not end up moving that suitcase, thankfully. But it just crushes him to know what was happening right there now. He put the pieces together when he found that Gannon's body had been found in a suitcase. Can Gannon's mom still testify now that she has posted on Facebook since the trial has started? Ooh. I don't know if she's on the list. I'd have to ask Amber about that. Let's see. Amber says, I recently installed a Ring camera like 2 days ago, and I'm digging it. Just scared the crap out of a hubby leaving to pick up lunch. The Ring cameras are awesome. Some of the technology we have nowadays is so much better than it used to be. I'm thinking of the Darrell Brooks video. His arrest, Darrell Brooks' arrest, was pretty much all captured, additional to body cam. It was captured on a Ring camera as well, a door cam, and that's pretty neat what it can get. I'm glad some of my neighbors have Ring cameras that face my house as well, so in case something happens, they'll have video of it. There's the buffer sound. That means I need to check something. Let's see. Amber says, for your information, it is Landon's birthday today. That's Gannon's mom. Yes, she's still on the list, and yes, she can still testify. I don't know if she's prohibited from posting on social media, but she's probably, as a witness, she's probably told not to read stuff, I'm thinking. That would usually the witnesses are told to avoid all the accounts of the trial and things like that, or other testimony. She may also be exempt from that and be allowed to listen. We'll see if that gets brought up. Okay. Oh, there we go. Matthew, I think, is giving away more can koozies. If you go to the Discord link, which you can find by just typing !Discord, just like Matthew did here in chat. If you type that in chat, the bot will respond with this link, and you can click that link and access the Discord page as the gavel drops. That page is run by Toxic. Toxic Orchid does a fantastic job over there with others. She's not on her own, and it has all the true crime information you could want over there. I appreciate everyone who's clicked the subscribe button. Meg, thank you very much for doing that. You guys are amazing. Clicking subscribe and clicking the like button helps other people find the channel, and I think that's just awesome. You guys are amazing for that. Can we put Judge Schroeder's, or now we have commentary in the intro into the channel? I have that as part of my intro recording. What we're talking about there is during the Zachariah Anderson trial, Judge Schroeder pulled up our live stream during the trial on his laptop, and he was playing the audio over the courtroom. So you would, if you were on Law and Crime or Court TV or any of the news channels that carried that live feed, you would have heard our live stream coming over through the courtroom audio. And he made a little comment of, now we have commentary on the case, and there I was talking and telling people what I thought they should do in the courtroom. It was sort of a surreal moment for me. So that was a lot of fun. It was amazing, as Diana says. Round of applause for the mods. They're doing a great job. I would ask, I know anytime we have a lot of people in chat, we tend to have a couple people that maybe take things a little too far or don't keep everything civil. If we do have to, give somebody a timeout or maybe give them a day off or something like that, I'd ask that we not make it a matter of comment. If somebody else keeps bringing up that we had to time someone out or mute them on the channel or something, we'll probably mute you as well, just because that keeps going back to the misbehavior. So just a heads up on that one. Let's see. Do you know if Harley went to South Carolina too? It's my understanding that she was also in the rental vehicle, in the rental van. He admitted the suitcase was sus. Dakota did. He said something was wrong there. He put the pieces together, unfortunately, way too late. Who put sporting stuff in suitcases? Gene, I imagine if they have suitcases and they're moving, it sort of makes sense to me to do that. Moving, you sort of use whatever boxes you have available. Did she know before the trial that she was being followed, or was she just finding this out? Danielle, I'm sure she knew before the trial. All of the evidence that the state has collected that they're using to prosecute her with would have been turned over to her attorneys, and thus she would have access to that evidence as well. But it may have been enlightening at that moment when it was turned over, just to see the full scope that they had on her. She did suspect that some of her phone calls were being listened to, and we heard that in the conversations with Al. And they were being listened to by the FBI, but I don't know if she knew just how much scrutiny she was under. Okay, let's see. Any other questions? Would you mind stopping the horn? Yes, I'm trying to turn that off. If you give me just 1 minute, I'm going to turn the sound off for the horn. I need to jump over here. Turn that off and this off. The horn is just for a party sound that not very appropriate for today's events. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, and it's gone. Thank you for that. Thanks for the reminder. We took care of it. Any sound effects will be turned off when the testimony starts. This is just to lighten the mood a little bit. We listen to some heavy stuff all day long. This is really hard.
Taking it easy.
So, let's see. Victim witnesses sometimes have more allowances, like sitting in court the whole time. Yes, they could be exempt from the exclusionary rule that everyone else is held separate. Usually, experts are also exempt. Did Letecia go to get Gannon in the suitcase when she went to get dog food? Nini, I believe that's what the state's trying to lead us to believe, that she was gone for too long to just go get dog food, and they thought something was wrong because of that. Ellie Cat says, would love to have a membership. All you have to do is make sure you have your setting turned on for gifts, and if you can type !gifts like Katrina did here. The bot will respond with a page you have to visit to change the setting. Oh, that's the mug setting. Sorry.
The jury has returned to the courtroom. Or I'm sorry, the jury is not present in the courtroom.
We've got audio coming
with
in.
That, do you have your next witness?
Yes, he's here.
No
Okay,
cameras
let's
yet.
go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay. See how this camera zooms out? You can see the jury on the left-hand side up there. By default, every time they turn the camera on, it zooms all the way out. Earlier in this case, they reset the camera and showed the jury in the middle of the trial, and there's nothing we could do about it, unfortunately. But that's on the judge. That's not on us.
Okay, Kimberly.
Judge checking up on his court clerk. Where did she keep the suitcase for the first day or two? Either in the garage until she had the rental, and once she had the rental car, she took that and dumped it in the woods basically off that road, that 102 South road. The break is over officially. Lunch is going to be a little longer. Usually they give us an hour and a half for lunch. Let's see if Letecia stands up here. She looks like she's run a comb through her hair or something. She looks a little neater right now than she did before.
All rise for the jury, please.
They're going to call the next witness right now. I don't know who it's going to be. We'll hear the name in just a moment. Surreptitiously me, welcome to the gallery. Did I do better on the name? I struggle with big words. Thank you so much for being a member.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We would call Lieutenant Jake Abdenshan.
I'm going to need help with that spelling for the last name. Lieutenant Jake Abdenshan.
Lieutenant, if you would step forward, raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jacob Abenshan. Last name is spelled Abendschahan.
What is your occupation?
I've been a deputy sheriff for 21 years.
And what is your current duties?
I'm a lieutenant for the patrol division.
What does a lieutenant for the patrol division do?
A lot of administrative work, as near as I can tell.
Lots of paperwork.
Just overseeing the general operations of the day shift on patrol.
Sounds like a blast.
You would think. But.
Been there, done that. Don't want to do it again. Let me take you back to 2020. What was your role with the sheriff's office back in 2020?
In 2020, I was a detective sergeant in the investigations division.
And as a detective sergeant, were you involved in the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch back on January 27th, 2020?
I did have some involvement with that case.
And particularly on January 31st, 2020, were you responsible for the placement and monitoring of a GPS device on a particular rental vehicle?
Yes, I coordinated getting an electronic surveillance device to members of the Metro Vice and Narcotics Unit to place on a Nissan Altima that had been rented by Letecia Stauch.
And why did you want to do that, or why did the investigation kind of go down that road?
The GPS trackers are a good investigative tool when we are trying to identify, whether a person or a vehicle is in a particular place at a particular time. Information gathering.
Was there any interest in hopefully perhaps finding the location of where Gannon Stauch may be based on tracking a vehicle associated with the defendant?
That was a possibility, yes.
Did you work with Sergeant Ditzler in the placement of this GPS device on the rental vehicle?
I met VNI at the police operations center downtown and handed them the tracking device.
Did you have to obtain a warrant before the device was actually placed on this rental vehicle?
Someone did, yes. I did not.
Was this rental vehicle a silver Nissan Altima?
I believe so, yes.
And so what was your role going to be once this device was placed on this Nissan Altima?
Once it was activated, I had the ability at the time to log into the system and basically see where the tracker was at any given time. And it generates points like a latitude, longitude, and addresses to let us know kind of how the vehicle is moving.
And would you be monitoring this 24/7, or would it just be randomly looked at?
Not 24/7. It keeps a historical record of the addresses that a vehicle was at, how long it stopped, what time it was there, that kind of thing. I did that evening make some periodic checks just to make sure that it is registering, because if it were to run out of battery or something, that would be an expensive issue.
And do you have the ability to set the timing on this GPS device as to when it would, I don't know what the proper term is, but go off to say where the vehicle is placed at any given time?
There is a time adjustment that you can use based on how long you think it's going to be placed. For this one in particular, I can't remember what the exact time frame was. Probably 1 or 2 minutes at most, but it can go as long as 10 minutes or every 5 seconds as needed.
And did you have the ability to change that during the time period the GPS tracker was on the vehicle?
Yes.
And are you capable of, well, not you personally, but can you print out a document that would reflect the GPS pings where the vehicle was at any given time while the tracker was on it?
Yes, I am. And it's a report. It's called an address report, which basically for the time frame that you select will list everywhere the vehicle had gone during that time period at different rates of intervals of time, every minute or so.
And did you do that for this particular vehicle, the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And was those time frames January 31st, 2020 at 1:38 p.m. to February 1st, 2020 at 4:44 p.m.? Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
And in front of you there is People's Exhibit 230. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recognize what People's Exhibit 230 is?
Yes, this is the address report. It's the same as the one I attached to my supplement to the case.
And does that accurately reflect the pings that came off this GPS device that was attached to the Nissan Altima that was related to Letecia Stauch, the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 230.
Objection. Hold on. At one point, you referred to it as 220.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
And that's previously admitted through Detective Perry. So are we talking 230 and not 220?
230. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure it's clear. 230 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so for the record, 230 is a 5-page report that has various GPS data on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
If we can publish 230, please.
We're not going to be able to see this, unfortunately, until the document's released. Trying to enlarge it on that TV screen is just not going to work very well.
So what we did is we zoomed in on the top of page 1 of People's Exhibit 230. Could you just kind of run down what we see here, and we can just use the top line there. Can you just go through the different columns and explain what we're looking at here for the jury?
Absolutely. So the first column, the devices, we named the different devices based on the detectives that would use them frequently. So this one is named after me with the moniker of Jake. In Mountain Time, it gives the date and the time that that tracker device is currently experiencing. At this point, it may have been sitting on my desk or in a car or something while I was waiting. So the speed was 0 miles per hour. Park time, generally, that's like if it moves from one spot to another and then stops, it'll give us, like the third line down, 26 seconds. And then it gives an estimated address. 16 East Castilla would be basically the sheriff's office, main office, or the parking garage directly behind it, which is where my office was. So then next it's giving a latitude and longitude. So it's those are the GPS coordinates on that device.
And obviously that would match up to the address that's listed in a previous.
Yes, it would be very close. Yes.
So at the first entry, is it safe to say that the GPS device is at the sheriff's office?
I would feel comfortable with that. Yes.
If we could go to page 2. And if we can scroll down to 1458. Thank you. So we've done that now. We're kind of in the middle of page 2 of People's Exhibit 230. I'll turn your attention to the time of 1458, which is 2:58 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
That entry of the location, are you familiar with that address? 6275 Corporate Drive, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
I think it's a hotel, but I can't be certain.
Would that be the Extended Suites Hotel?
It could be. Again, I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you know where the GPS device was placed on the Nissan?
I do not.
Okay. Needless to say, that's the north side of town, that particular address?
Yes.
And so what can we tell, because that address is on there multiple times. If we can just scroll down a little bit, please. Does that indicate to you that the vehicle is not moving if it is placed on that vehicle at that time?
Yes, that would be the park time where it's just kind of resting.
And then we go down to 1537, and it says device in motion over 5 miles an hour. What does that mean?
That means that the device itself attached to the vehicle is moving and moving faster than 5 miles an hour.
Does that mean the vehicle's moving?
Yes, it would.
And so at 3:37 on January 31st, the vehicle is now in motion.
Yes.
We can go ahead and scroll down now, please. We can go to 15, that's fine right there, 1538. So at 3:38, it's at 585 Corporate Drive, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Yes.
Is that the general area of where it was at 6275 Corporate Drive?
That would be close, yes.
Now, if we can go down to 1545, please. If there's good. So at 3:45, again, we see the device in motion. What does that mean to you?
That line at 1545, it was moving 22 miles an hour in a southwesterly direction.
And how about below that at 1600 or 4 p.m. on January 31st? Does it tell you the speed of the vehicle there as well?
Yes, 52 miles an hour.
And if we can just scroll down, the vehicle is definitely moving now because it goes 52, 57, 43. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to the highlighted portion there, January 31st at 4:41. What's going on at that entry?
With that entry, we have a brief stop in the area of 15291 South Perry Park.
And why do you say brief stop?
The part time doesn't indicate it was, very long at all.
And what's the significance of this location and the vehicle being in this location? Do you know?
I know that became an area of interest later in the investigation.
Were there huge searches going on in that area related to this particular stop?
Yes, there were.
And why were there huge searches going on in that area?
We were searching for evidence or Gannon's body in the area.
And is that because the vehicle associated with Letecia Stauch stopped in that area?
That played into our decision to search the area, yes.
And so when this particular stop happens, and is this in the Palmer Lake area?
This is just north of Palmer Lake on Highway 105, just north of the county line, actually.
And on Highway 85, or was it 195?
105.
105, I'm sorry. On Highway 105, is there an area of that known as the S curve just north of Palmer Lake?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about here, this address?
Yes.
When this was actually happening, were you monitoring the GPS device live, or did you come across this at a later time?
It was likely at a later time.
This is the rental vehicle that she got at the house. This is when she dumps.
If we can go ahead and
the first time,
just scroll down, about right there's good. So at 4:58, the vehicle now is going how fast?
41 miles an hour westbound.
So can you tell by looking at this, the frequency of the GPS pings?
Well, that looks like 5 minutes, every 5 minutes.
And would that be consistent throughout? Tell us how that works.
Boy, somebody else would probably have to get into the specifics on when it gets into that.
Is the GPS device designed to ping if the vehicle stops, for instance?
Yes.
And if it doesn't stop, will it go every 5 minutes?
Yeah, that would. Depending on what the setting, and based on that, I probably set it for 5 minutes just out of concern of the battery dying.
The battery dies, you don't get any GPS data, is that right?
Right.
Just have a second, Your Honor. Can we scroll down to page 3 at 1823? So at 1823, we're back at 5850 Corporate Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the same area that the vehicle was at roughly at 3:38 p.m. on January 31st?
Yes.
And so now we're at 6:23 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, can we go to the last page of People's Exhibit 230, please? We can scroll down to, that's good right there. We can just scroll over to get the date in, please. Thank you, appreciate it. So on February 1st, 10:52 a.m., the vehicle is in Castle Rock.
Yes,
fair?
that is correct.
Vehicle's heading north at this point.
Yes.
we can scroll down to 1606. That's good. And so at 4:06 p.m., the vehicle now is in Denver.
Yes, at the rental car return or rental car area at DIA.
And do you have information to corroborate the individuals who rented this vehicle, returned the vehicle back at DIA?
One of the detectives got information that the car had been returned, and so we sent someone up to retrieve the GPS device off the car.
Now, this information that we have in People's Exhibit 230, is it common for other individuals to use this data in conjunction with cell phone data, app data, GPS data from other vehicles to kind of coordinate where individuals are at any given time?
Yes, we have that capability.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Abishon? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Fast witness.
Call Brian Rogers.
Jojo, I'm thinking next week. I think it will probably be towards the end of the state's.
Mr. Rogers, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat for witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
He's got a lapel pin, so he's probably law enforcement of some type. Maybe FBI.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
I am Detective Brian Rogers. I work for the Colorado Springs Police Department as a digital forensics detective. And my last name is Rogers.
Pretty easy spelling.
Yes.
You said that you work for Colorado Springs Police Department, and I think you mentioned what you do. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What does that mean?
I extract and examine data from digital devices like computers, cell phones, video surveillance systems, and vehicles.
What kind of education do you have and training do you have that allows you to do that kind of work?
I have a bachelor's degree in software engineering, a master's degree in information systems security. And since I started that position, I've attended over 700 hours in training directly related to digital forensics in computers, cell phones, videos, and vehicles.
What do you actually do you just mentioned a bunch of different devices. What do you actually do to those devices to extract data from them?
It depends on the type of device or the operating system or even the type of security that is set up on the device. But I'll either have to communicate with the device, like change some settings and extract the information if I have the password or if there is no security. If there is security on a device, I have to try and find a way to break into it or circumvent that security and extract the information.
How many devices have you worked on in your career?
Over my career, I wouldn't know. Last year, I did over 700 cell phones and over 100 computers. I believe over 20 surveillance systems and a few vehicles.
Just last year alone?
Yes.
Do you have certifications as well?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I am an NCASE certified examiner. NCASE is one of our digital forensics suites. It's used for examining data. I'm a certified hacking forensic investigator. I'm also certified in analyzing vehicle data, and I'm a certified forensic analyst.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I was previously, but I did let that lapse. We weren't getting any benefit from the organization.
All right. Have you been qualified and testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
More than 50 in this district.
Have you testified in any other districts besides the 4th Judicial District?
Yes, I have.
Oh, how many others?
In Arapahoe County in Colorado, in federal court in Denver, and federal court in Bakersfield, California.
And in each of those, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat this morning. In each of those examples, were you qualified as a digital forensic examiner expert?
Or something along those lines, yes.
Okay. All right, this time I've moved to qualify Detective Rogers as a expert witness and digital forensic examiner.
Thanks. The witness will be so qualified.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you Detective People's Exhibit 716. Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize the barcode number. I just looked at this out in the hallway before I came in.
So it's actually a manila envelope, correct?
Yes.
Is it typical that the work you do is placed on some other medium, either a disk or maybe even a hard drive, and then put in a similar envelope?
Yes, that happens. Otherwise, we'll preserve it online in one of our records management systems.
Okay. So does this particular envelope contain some work that you did on a particular device?
Yes.
When did you do the work on this particular device?
January 30th, 2020.
And how did you obtain whatever device we're going to talk about? Who gave it to you?
I was contacted by El Paso County Sheriff's Office Deputy Robert Soroy and asked to extract information from one cell phone.
Based on context at the time, was this a phone that was related to the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes.
Did Detective Soroy ask you to perform any particular type of functions as it relates to getting data off that device?
How do you mean?
Well, did he ask you, what did he ask you?
He just asked me to extract the information, not to examine any data from the device.
Okay. And what kind of device was it?
It was an Apple iPhone 8 Plus.
When a detective, either from your own agency or from a fellow agency in the community, asks you to do something like that, do they give you any information about where the phone came from?
It depends on the case, but in this case, I was not told where it had come from.
Okay. When you actually extract data from a phone, do you sometimes gather that information from the data that you extract from it?
Yes.
Was that true of this particular device?
No, I did not review the data.
Okay. So when you tell the jury what you did with this particular iPhone 8 Plus.
So the device was given to me by Deputy Soroy. It was a locked iPhone. Using our tools, I was able to circumvent the security and extract the information from the device. The data that was obtained was copied to a hard drive and then given to Deputy Soroy. The only information that I obtained just for documentation purposes was the phone number and the account associated with the phone.
And that's what I was referring to earlier, and I didn't ask a very good question. So is what's contained in People's Exhibit 716, is that the result of your extraction of that iPhone 8 Plus?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as to that extraction process?
Yes.
At this time, I've moved for admission of People's 716.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 716 will be admitted.
Once you completed that extraction, do you turn that back over to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And then that was the total sum of your work on that device?
Yes.
What was the phone number associated with that device?
It was 843-3486.
And you mentioned you were able to get an email on that device as well. What was that email?
It was harley_hunt@yahoo.com.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not going to share her phone number.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Rogers? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll retrieve that exhibit, Judge.
You may go ahead.
Let's see if they're asking for Harley's phone. We may be getting closer to her testifying. If she does get called to testify, it'll be interesting to see if she's in court or
people would call Robert Soroy to the stand.
Right. Mr. Soroy, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
All right.
Good. Could you state your name and spell your last for the record?
Yes, sir. My name's Robert Siroy. My last name is spelled Sirois.
What is your current occupation?
I currently work in cybersecurity.
And you live down in Florida now?
Very recently, yes, sir.
Yep. We're flying a lot of people back from Florida for this. Did you live here in Colorado Springs back in 2020?
Yes, sir, I did.
Specifically, back in January of 2020, were you working for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. At that time, I was employed as a detective at the sheriff's office.
And how long were you with the sheriff's office?
As of that time, since 2013, so 7 years.
And were you assigned to do particular duties with regards to this investigation, the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
One of those duties that involved you going out to the airport to obtain some video, surveillance video from a rental car agency.
That's correct. That would have been the Colorado Springs Airport.
Okay. Tell us about that. Tell the jury what you did and why you're going out there.
Yeah, and it was January 29th in the morning. I was assigned to look for video surveillance regarding the rental of a car by Letecia Stauch at the Colorado Springs Airport. I went there and spoke with Colorado Springs Police, who are assigned to the airport, and they do police operations at the airport, and they also have access to the camera systems at the airport. And those guys told me they would look for some video for me. While they were doing that, I went up to the Avis rental car counter and spoke with the manager there. And they have some of their own cameras at the counter that they operate. And so the manager there was working with me on getting some of that footage as well.
And did you have some information with regards to a vehicle that was rented by Letecia Stauch from the Avis rental car at the airport?
Yeah, I was able to provide them some information on the car, which was a white Kia Rio. Had Texas plates, I believe. And so they were able to look up that in their system and give me some information regarding the rental, like the name of the person who rented it, what date and time that was. And so that way we could go back and look at the camera footage for when that rental was done at the counter there in the airport. And that information was for the previous morning around 8:50 or 9, where Letecia rented the car at the counter there. So there's video where she comes up, spends a few minutes doing the rental paperwork, and then leaving presumably to go get the rental car. And some of the airport footage from Colorado Springs Police corroborated that, had the same information, and she was in the same area of the airport kind of thing.
And so prior to going, did you have information what Letecia Stauch looked like, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I believe I had some pictures on my cell phone, driver's license info, that kind of thing for Letecia, so that I knew what I was, who I was looking for, what their physical description was, that kind of thing.
Did you have a rental agreement at that point, or did you get that later?
The manager there did give me a rental agreement with some of that information as to who did the rental or who paid for the rental.
And did that sync up with the video surveillance that you saw that you alluded to, Ms. Stauch going to the counter and renting the vehicle?
Correct.
Now, at the time you're at the airport, were there some efforts being made to locate Letecia Stauch's black Tiguan?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those efforts were?
Those efforts were assigned to other detectives and not myself, but I was aware that the airport was one of the locations we might have been looking for that particular vehicle. And so there were some detectives searching the airport for the black Tiguan at that time.
Did anything kind of unusual happen as you're at the Avis rental car with regards to the keys to this particular Kia rental?
Yeah, so I was looking at a computer with the manager at Avis, and we're looking at some of the video surveillance. And one of the lot attendants came in, and she said, "Hey, I just got handed the keys to this vehicle about 10 minutes ago." And I probably wasn't there for super long at that point in time. And she saw what we were looking at on the computer screen and said, that's the same person that just handed me the keys. And she said, this lady handed me the keys, turned around, walked away, got in a white Jetta with another female, and they just drove off right away.
Now, prior to going out there, did you have any information that the Kia rental had been returned yet?
No, I did not believe it was returned yet, or didn't know yet.
Did you have any information whether or not the Kia was even at the airport at that point?
No, sir.
And so you go out there, just so I'm clear, you're going to talk to the manager about getting some surveillance video. One of the employees from Avis comes in and says, "Hey, that lady just dropped off the keys." And so what did you do after that?
At that point, I knew I had some Colorado Springs detectives in the airport searching for the Tiguan. And so I called that detective and I said, "Hey, the Kia just got returned, but the lot attendant told me it's not in the returns area. Can you help me search the airport for this white Kia as well?" And a little while later, he called me back and said he found it in the short-term parking lot.
And is that different from the rental return parking lot?
Yes, sir. If I might explain that.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Where is it located in relation to the rental car parking?
Yeah, at Colorado Springs Airport, everything's outdoor parking. So when you come in, there'll be signs for parking and rental car returns. So rental car returns takes you kind of to the front of the airport, and it's this area just for that. Short-term parking would take you through a gate that you have to get a ticket for, and then park in that area. And then long-term takes you to yet another area through a different gate that you'd have to take a ticket for to get into.
Okay. Now, do you see the person that you saw on the surveillance video that the attendant saw on the surveillance video and said, "This is the person that handed me the keys"? Letecia Stauch. Is she in the courtroom today?
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. She's on my right wearing a green long sleeve shirt.
And that's the same person you saw in the video?
Yes, sir.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you got word that the Kia rental car was found in short-term parking. What did you do next?
At that point, I spoke a little bit more with the manager at Avis to get permission to search that car, since I knew that's what I would be doing as my next step in investigating the rental car now that we knew where it was. And so he put me in contact with, I guess, like a regional manager out of a different city who was able to provide me that consent to search the Kia via email. And so after I received that email, I went over there and took pictures, our normal process for searching a vehicle, opening up all the doors, taking pictures, documenting what you can see prior to actually going in there with, gloves and stuff on and digging around looking for items or for different kinds of evidence.
And do you know whether or not that's Avis's routine practice is to have customers to drop their cars off in short-term parking?
Objection, Your Honor. Pause for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm just asking if he knows, Your Honor. I didn't ask.
Yep, but the knowledge is going to come from some hearsay source.
Okay.
Sustained.
So you said you went and you took photos of the Kia rental, and did you search it at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to get permission to search it?
Yes, sir. And I received that via email from a regional Avis manager.
Okay. And so if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hey guys, thanks.
I'm
We're
gonna
gonna
hand you a series of
have to cut
exhibits.
off the ages in chat because it spams chat so fast that nobody can read. It's fun to see everyone's ages. That's cool, but let's ease up on that now. Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead. And when you take the lid off or unscrew it, realize that it comes out fast.
Understood.
Okay, in front of you, I've given you People's Exhibits 234 through 238. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In People's Exhibits 234 through 237, are those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs of the Kia rental as you saw it at the airport in short-term parking?
Yes, sir.
And do they actually depict that vehicle as you saw it there and the items that you found inside that vehicle as you saw it there on January 31st, or excuse me, January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 234 through 237.
Mr. Cook, exhibits 234 through 237 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Oh, I said just a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's fine, Your Honor. No objection.
All right. Exhibit 234 through 237 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 234.
You may go ahead.
Okay, so we see People's Exhibit 234 here. What do we see in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of the car in the foreground. The closest car in the picture is the white Kia Rio that we've been discussing. The cars behind it are incidental. They had nothing to do with the photograph I was taking. They just happened to be in the background.
In this parking area, is this the short-term parking area that you alluded to?
Yes, sir. I can see the E1 parking sign back there that I had documented in my report.
Now, are you familiar with the airport and the various parking areas for the airport?
I'm pretty familiar with it, yes.
Are there signs that indicate long-term parking, short-term parking, rental car return?
Yeah, especially as you drive in, but also as you enter the parking area.
Now, if you go into the rental return area, would you have to get a parking ticket to park?
No, sir.
If you go into short-term or long-term parking, would you have to get a parking ticket to enter that facility?
Yes, sir. In both those cases, there's a gate that stops you and you have to press a button to get a ticket.
And are you familiar with how long you could stay in there without having to pay to park, for instance?
Yeah. I believe it was less than an hour, maybe an hour. May not even have been that long. And I only ran into that because I had driven through there to get over to where I took these photographs and kind of ran into that issue over at the place where you would pay for your parking. So I could drive through again to get into the correct lot. But I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it was less than an hour. It wasn't a huge amount of time.
Okay. If we can now go to People's Exhibit 235. What do we see in People's Exhibit 235?
This is a picture between the driver's seat and the door down where there's a little bit of carpet kind of in that gap between the side of the seat and the door. And this is one of those parking tickets you get when you go park in short-term parking.
We can go to 236, please. What do we see in 236?
This is a picture of the one side of that parking ticket.
And 237?
This is a picture of the back side of that same parking ticket.
And so does it have a date and time stamped on that?
Yes, sir. This one says January 28th of 2020 at 16:41 hours, so 4:41 p.m.
What does that tell you with regards to that time stamp?
That tells me that that's the time the ticket was obtained at the gate. So when you push the button and it spits the ticket out, that is stamped on there at that time, which I know because I had to go through the same process when I went to go take these pictures and do the search of that car.
And then in front of you, we have People's Exhibit 238, which should be one of those brown envelopes. Do you see that?
Oh. Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 238?
This is one of our evidence envelopes signed by me in the typical way that I sign it, at least on one side. And it's Sheriff's Office item number 14 with a description of parking ticket found in white Kia. So this would have been the envelope containing that ticket in the picture that I obtained from the search.
Okay. Would you need to open that to see if it in fact is the parking ticket in there?
I mean, yeah, somebody else has opened this since I originally sealed it.
Is that because there's two pieces of tape on there?
Yeah, so the way I would have originally sealed it is with this red tape at the top. I always do my name like this. I always do my initials like this. This piece of tape at the bottom is new since I first sealed it.
Why don't we go ahead and open it up? I think there may be some scissors to your right.
Okay.
Sneak down by the next class.
Yeah.
And if you want gloves, there's some gloves over there too.
Just having a little ham sandwich right now. We don't get much ASMR on the letter opening on these from this courtroom.
I'm okay to open this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. It looks like you retrieved something from that envelope. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir. This is the same parking ticket we've been discussing in these pictures.
And is it in general same condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 238.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit 238 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Go ahead and repackage that if you don't mind.
Somebody else will have to tape it.
We'll leave it as is right now, okay?
Understood.
Did you also do some Cellbrite extractions from cell phones in this case?
I did, sir.
And what is a Cellbrite extraction?
A Cellbrite extraction is a Cellbrite is a tool we use to download data from electronic devices, primarily cell phones, but it's capable of retrieving data from other types of devices. And so when we say a Cellbrite download, what we mean is downloading data from an electronic device using that Cellbrite tool.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in using that Cellbrite tool?
I have a fair amount of training in digital forensics, including Cellbrite specific training provided by the vendor for using their tool for the purpose of cell phone extractions.
And approximately how many times have you done Cellbrite extractions?
Guessing probably about 300 extractions during my time at the sheriff's office.
And can you just describe the process for the jury? What exactly do you do with a phone to extract the information off of it?
Yes, sir. In order to extract data from a cell phone, there's quite a few different factors. So it can depend on the state of the phone, whether it's on or off, the screen's broken, whether it has an SD card in it, a SIM card in it, those kinds of things. But in general, what we like to do is make sure that the cell phone can't communicate with an outside network. And so that way we know it's not talking to other phones, talking to other networks while it's sitting in our lab as evidence. And so there's a few ways to do that. We can put it in, or it can be turned off, or it can be We can take the SIM card out so it can't talk to a cellular network, or it can be put in a special box that blocks radio signals. And I would have to refer to my report to understand the condition of a particular extraction that I did and what those circumstances were. But at that point, we can connect the phone to the Celebrate device, so the tool that actually does the data extraction. And at that point, we also have some options. So depending on the make, model, firmware version, security patch, Celebrate will be able to communicate with that phone in a couple different ways. One way is it can read it as basically it will establish a communication link. So it'll send a piece of software to the phone that's very tiny that allows that communication to take place. And the phone has something built into it, most phones, called an application programming interface, or an API. And that's just a fancy way of saying that phone has made certain kinds of communication available that Celebrate can utilize. So for example, Celebrate could say, hey, phone, let me download your pictures. And the phone will say, okay, here's my pictures. You can have all of them, or you can have some of them, or you can have only these ones. And again, that depends on a lot of factors. And what that results in is what we call a logical extraction. So we're saying, can we have certain pieces of data? And the phone says, yes, here they are. The second type of extraction we can do is called a file system. So that would be like opening some kind of drive, like a CD or a hard drive or a USB drive, and seeing all those files and folders there and taking them all and downloading them. And again, that depends on certain factors with the actual phone itself. And then the third type of extraction is called a physical extraction. And that's where you have Celebrate is able to get access to the physical place where data is stored on the phone, whether that's like flash storage, or if, it's phones don't really store data this way, but the old way would be like a spinny disk drive where there's actually like a metal magnetic disk with ones and zeros on it, and it can see all those ones and zeros and get every single bit, byte for byte, of data off the device, which is very rare for cell phones. But it is technically one method we can extract data, and that's called a physical extraction. At that point, Celebrate downloads data in whatever fashion it can, and then it brings it into one of our forensic computers in the lab, where we can look at it through probably Celebrate software, but it's not limited to just Celebrate software. There's other types of programs and tools we can use to look at that same data.
And when you extract the data off a cell phone, where do you put it? Where do you store it?
Mm-hmm. When we first download data off a cell phone, it's going to be in some files on one of our forensic workstations in our lab environment. From there, we copy it onto probably a CD or like a Blu-ray, whatever we can that's big enough to fit it on. And we'll put it in an envelope just like these, and we'll drop it into evidence just like any other type of evidence.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to do an extraction, a Celebrate extraction, on an iPhone 8 belonging to an Al Stauch?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe that was from a waiver authority.
Okay. And in front of you is People's Exhibit 226. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 226?
This is one of our evidence envelopes, again, signed by me, which I can tell by my initials on it across the piece of tape. And the description is item number 585, which is the sheriff's office item number. And it says it's a CD containing a Celebrate report and photographs of Al S. I'm guessing that's going to say Al Stauch, iPhone 8 or cell phone. But this will be the CD that I would have put in evidence containing that data from the Celebrate extraction.
And is that envelope still sealed with the original tape that you put on it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been sealed in any other way since I originally sealed it on March 4th of 2020.
Does that tell you then the data that is on that CD or Blu-ray disc is accurate, same as it was when you put it in the envelope?
Yes, sir.
We'd move to admit People's Exhibit 226.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 226 will be admitted.
This is chain of custody stuff to make sure the evidence has been authentically handled all the way through or properly handled. So we do cover it with several witnesses.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Are you working in Florida in law enforcement? Or are you still a detective, or how shall I refer to you as?
You can refer to me as Robert. I left law enforcement last February.
Okay. All right. Well, Robert, so your part in this investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch was what Mr. Young and you were talking about, but there were some other things you did as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You collected samples from this Kia vehicle from the airport that you located and was pictured in the photograph?
Yeah, I collected a few DNA samples during that search as well.
Okay. You took DNA swabs from the trunk of the Kia?
Yeah, I believe the area that I swabbed in the trunk would have been the threshold, so the part at the back bumper that's kind of a lip that goes, over into the trunk.
Okay. So you got DNA from the trunk area of the Kia. You got DNA from the steering wheel and the shifter of the Kia.
Yes, sir.
And you got DNA swabs from the internal driver door latch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that would have been the latch on the inside part of the door.
Okay. And did you submit those DNA swabs you collected from this Kia to a lab for testing?
I personally did not. I only placed them in El Paso County evidence.
Do you know if these swabs were eventually tested or forwarded by somebody else with law enforcement to have testing on them?
If they were, I'm not aware of it.
Is there a difference for doing a Cellbrite download if you have the pass key or the passcode to the phone versus not having the passcode or the pass key to the phone?
Yes, sir. I mean, phones are designed to be secure and have varying types of security, and having a PIN code or a passcode is one type of security. So by inputting that PIN code, it will change the security state of the phone, and therefore, in most cases, the amount of data that's available to download from it.
Okay. So Mr. Stauch's phone, you had the passcode for that phone.
Yes, sir.
So you were able to access more information on his phone than you would be from a phone that you didn't have the passcode for, correct?
That's not necessarily true, but in most cases,
In most
is true.
cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
See if they have anything else for him. I think it might be done here.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
And he's done. We think we're ready for lunch.
Have any questions for Mr. Saroy? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Okay, they're going to be talking about lunch here. We've got to switch to a different view. We're going to take this one right here. Oh, no, this one right here. They're probably talking about lunch right now. Just to see what their plans are. Yeah, if you missed this morning, you missed. I guess the biggest bombshell you missed was the testimony of Letecia's brother, Dakota.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit longer lunch recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't go out and do your own research about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see everybody back at 1:30.
1:30.
All rise for the jury, please.
So my time is going to be 3:30 because I'm 2 hours ahead. When they say they're taking a little bit longer of lunch break, it probably has to do with witnesses they've lined up. They're going through them faster than they expected. The schedule that they had for their witnesses is not holding. And it's because the cross-examination is non-existent or very short in every instance. So we're saving a lot of time. Like every day we're losing another half day of trial time because of the no cross.
Thank you. You may all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1:30 then.
All rise.
All rise. And they're going to kill the cameras. 3, 2, 1. Waiting to see if we have any hot mics or a camera left on or something. Okay, and they're gone. All right, there we go. Okay, it's lunchtime. Yes, so 3:30 my time, which means we're going to start back up at 3:15. We're going to have a little bit of a break. I realize there have been a lot of people in chat. There are a ton of people. It's hard to answer all the questions. I do apologize. That's the downside. I will say that if you need if you want a recap of what's happening, I would say of any day up until today, I would suggest going over to Brandy Churchwell's channel to do that. I'm gonna put her link in chat here really quickly. Just one second. Brandy Churchwell does an amazing job with making there it is right there. It's scrolling fast, so you have to be quick. She does an amazing job doing a recap of this show. Brandy's also doing a live stream tonight. She's going to start live streaming, I believe, if everything works right, the Lori Vallow trial, the audio from that. So that's going to be great. Let me answer a few questions, then we're going to wrap up for lunch and let everyone have a long break. Will the defense speak up at any point? Yes, Debbie, they have one person on their witness list. A couple of you asked that. They have one witness on their list as opposed to the 149. We have, let's see. It was 149 on the prosecution side, one on the defense side. So 3:15 Bay is when we're going to be back here. That's Eastern time, or 1:15 Mountain time, depending on where you are. So you have to calculate based off that. So that's the time to return. Can I call you at lunch, Brandy? Yes, 100%. I'll save the burner phone open for you. Give me a call for that. Let's see what else. Can Letecia claim insanity if she's competent enough to stand trial? Yes, she can. She can say she was insane at the time she committed the crime, but she's not insane now. What did the brother say that was a bombshell? Initially, he got on the stand and looked at Letecia and almost yelled / cried out and said, "Why, Letecia? Why?" Type thing. It pulls at your heart. The pain in his voice was evident. That you'll want to go back and watch that. I'm going to finish listening to the brother's testimony. See you in a while. See you, Kendra. Thank you very so much. All of you who are new here, I'd love it if you click the subscribe button, and I'd love it if you came back. It's a fun group to watch chat with. It does get a little crazy here on days where we have 3,000 people in chat, but we try our best to keep it civil and fun and try to answer any questions that you guys have. So I appreciate you guys being patient. We sort of have to dial back a little bit. Usually when it's a quieter day, our conversation will cover food and weird things and everything else. When there's a lot of people in chat, we sort of have to stay focused a little more because 3,000 people all distracted on different topics makes chat just a mess. So I appreciate your patience on that, working with us on that. You guys are all great that way. Where am I from? I'm from North Carolina, Annie. That's where I live. East Coast in Maryland. That's awesome. Work ruins everything, says Kay. Work gets in the way of my true crime habit. Let's see. We need a dancing clown. This is a fun corner of the internet. The group here is amazing. Lisa is right. Brandy Churchwell is spot on with the recaps, and they're so quick. I mean, you can watch a whole day's worth of trial on Brandy's channel right here, and do it in 20 minutes. It's really, really good. Lots of love for NC, it looks like. Lots of people from NC. Wonderful. Thank you to all the mods, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start some music. We're going to let you guys take some lunch. We will be back here. I'll open up the chat window a little bit early. The first person in that chat, the first person who talks, no matter who it is, no matter what they say, as long as it's something that YouTube allows you to say, so it can't be like a really bad word, you win the internet. It's something we do here on the channel. We give away the internet to the first person in chat every time we go live. We re-gift it. It's one of the just the things we've done from the beginning, I think. So if you would like to win the internet, now is your chance. Lee had it this morning, did a great job this morning. Thank you, Lee. You may win it again. Never know. We've had some repeat winners, excuse me. Come on. Let's see. Yes, Brandy has the 13th Juror podcast. JT, you might know a little bit about that as well. That's a great podcast. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back on the live. I'm going to let you go so I can talk to Brandy about the live stream tonight. And just if you're not able to join us, if work calls or sleep calls, depending on what part of the world you're in right now, please tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be back at 1:15 Eastern, 1:15 Mountain, 3:15 Eastern. We'll see you all in a little bit. Thanks a lot.